StarCraft Championship. It's Championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal and everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege tank, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the adept. Oh, the worst adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .40 dominance. Hello everybody, how are we doing? Oh my god, the sub count keeps going the wrong way every time we log in. Jesus. Hello, how are we doing? We are going to get videoed up for NightMare and MaNa here for in a couple of moments. Kick this off for some PvP to begin the day. How's everybody doing? Welcome on the YouTube. Hello. On the Twitch. Hello. We've got ourselves 5 players. We've got ourselves 10 best of 3s. We've got ourselves the WardiTV Winter Championship here. Our first major event of the 2026 series. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about this. Basically, our series of events this year that will end in the WardiTV 2026 Championship. We're still kind of fresh off that 2025 Championship and all the excitement and awesome games that it brought. And this is the beginning of the journey for some players. Winter Championship, one player that wins this tournament will be guaranteed not just a spot in the 2026 Championship, because a lot of the guys that play are going to make it to the 2026 Championship, but winning this event is going to give you the bypass of a lot of the stages of the 2026 Championship, similar to our 2025 Championship. If you win this tournament, you go into the seeding matches, and the seeding matches basically guarantee you, I'm not sure exactly top what exactly, but you bypass the group stage, and there's a chance you start all the way up. If you win your seeding matches, you can start in the top 6 of the tournament already. So today's event, this is just Group A, sure, but it is the start of, someone like Clem could be looking to secure his, spot in the 2026 Championship in those seeding matches as well, because I think that will be important at the end of the day. I think that's going to be something we talk about. We're going to talk about a lot now. It doesn't seem super important, but when it comes around, a few months from now, it's going to seem very important because, believe it or not, skipping group stages and all of that generally is going to be a good thing for you. So, yeah, that's something that we're going to keep on hopping back to. I'm going to talk a lot about the 2026 series in general, such as the fact that this tournament is not made possible without the wonderful support of you guys helping us out on Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on the Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money, specifically this year for the 2026 series. The 2026 series does feature the WardiTV Monday Cups. It does feature the WardiTV major events, such as our Winter, Spring, Summer Championships, as well as the European League and Korean Royale. All of that coming under the 2026 series this year. So if you want to support, do check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, everything helps over there. It's greatly appreciated. We really do appreciate you guys getting involved and supporting and all of that goodness. All of the time. We appreciate you guys. Yeah, we're going to get into MaNa versus NightMare to start this tournament off, by the way, today with Group A. A group that features MaNa, NightMare, Rogue, Nikaract, and Clem, who obviously we talked about as being one of the favorites to maybe go on and win this whole thing. We'll see how he does. Today, he's definitely the favorite of this group. We'll see. Maybe Rogue can kind of put a little bit of spice in it or so. Maybe that'll be a little bit of fun or something along those lines. Yo, reboot yourself. Thank you so much for the super chat. Man, it's been a hot second since we've had a super chat, honestly. Thanks so much for the 1,000 HUF. Is that the Hungarian forint? Probably not saying that right. I thought it was Hungarian, but I had no idea what the currency was actually called. Thank you so much for the 1,000 of those, which was, I think, came up as $4 or so. Thank you so much. And Ascalon UK, thank you so much for the 73-month resub to start things off. Let's get into this. Will the second match be played off-stream? Great question. So the way that these tournament formats work, or the way that we make these tournament formats work, is that we will play 2 matches at the same time, and the sole purpose of this is to make it so that the players are only here for the length of 5 best-of-3s instead of 10 best-of-3s, so it makes the entire day shorter for the players. But we will cast every single matchup, and you will not see the results of those on Wikipedia or anything like that. The only way... There's a couple streamers that are permitted to cast the off-stream matchups. The only way you're going to see those matchups are if you go hunting on other non-English streams for them. They will be cast later. So generally what we do is we run through the Wikipedia order, doing the first match of each pairing initially live. And then we go into the replays and we do the second match of each pairing, then in Wikipedia order again. That means we get to cast 10 full best-of-3s. You get 5 to 6 hours of StarCraft. The players are done in 2 to 3 hours. It's a great scenario for everyone because it means we get more games and the players are not stuck playing all entire day long for hours upon hours upon hours. So that is how it works. So if you want to, unless we go super long, and I'm still on the tail end of being a little bit sick from the weekend or so, a little bit tired and so on, but unless we go super long and I kind of die out towards the end, you will see every single match on stream here today. You will not miss anything. It's just a matter of waiting about and hanging about, and we'll get to it, basically. So, yeah, hello everyone, and welcome to our first matchup. NightMare versus MaNa PvP to begin the day. How wonderful is that? It is great, of course it is, because why wouldn't it be? And we get ready to, go. So, a couple of probies coming around and getting set up, getting into position here initially, and doing some nibbling, doing some scouting. There is one pylon on the map. It's PvP. You gotta bet your socks that you gotta be ready for aggression, because these guys are not gonna play chilled out. These guys are not gonna play friendly. These guys are gonna play ferociously, because that's what PvP is so often about. The proxies. Look at this. This is wild from MaNa. He's building a Stargate and a Robo facility. This is absolutely baffling and something that we've just never... I don't think I've ever seen this before. So he builds a Zealot. He delays his first unit out of the warp gate, or out of the gateway. That would have been like a gas unit, like the Stalker. And he goes Stargate, and he goes Robo, then he goes warp gate Stalker. Wow, this is fascinating. I guess we're going to Chrono Boost out an Oracle. Chrono Boost a bit early there because he was supply blocked. And then what do we... I mean, you're going to scout this as NightMare, so you're going to see it. If I'm NightMare, I'm like... Okay? like, what are we doing here? I mean, here's going to be the issue. 2 Stalkers about to show up. Oh, man, his probes just blocked his own battery from beginning to build. He did cancel the initial Stalker that he built as well, by the way, so that canceled. Now he's going to build an Immortal. He has a Zealot here, but this is going to be kind of a rough few moments. He's going to pull the probes. Yeah, those Stalkers, they're going to get trapped. The probes got behind them. Oracle gets the energy recharge. Will begin to go after the Stalker. I mean, you don't want to lose the Oracle, surely, because then that feels like an entire waste. I mean, we are obviously losing mining time here in this. We are going to kill one Stalker. The Immortal is on its way, just not ready yet. Soon. 4 probes going down. I mean, economy is going to be similar, but of course, NightMare is expanding behind this where MaNa is not. He's just going to go straight into Phoenix Immortal. A little bit supply blocked, though. Obviously, he's had some probes pulled. I mean, that's a massive supply block, really. He's had some probes pulled, so he's been kind of thrown off and stuff, and that's definitely a bit of a factor here in these early stages, too. So, kind of a wild little beginning, to be honest. Kind of a wild little way for things to start off here. As you're going to see that Oracle flying up overhead. And he's going to come swinging around to see what else we can do in the next few moments, trying to get across the map to deal some damage, but unable to so far, as the Stalkers get there and the Oracle will take a couple more shots. I've got no idea where this game is going right now. like we've got Phoenix, we've got Immortal, we have got the Nexus building through, a couple Stalkers in that blink all coming up, and I actually have no idea where we're going. Like MaNa's just expanding as well, so what, are we just going to keep building Phoenix Immortal? This is really wild. I mean, MaNa's going to basically finish his expansion, only be like 1-2 probes behind, maybe. Right now, it's dead even, so he's actually going to be kind of alright in terms of eco. Obviously, he's playing no Warp Gate. He's going to purely build up off the Robo and the Stargate for the foreseeable future. You're going into Blink as the opponent here as NightMare, so you're going to have that mobility with the Stalkers, the ability to kind of keep them alive a lot of the time as well. Absolutely fascinating way to start this off. Stasis Ward across the map. Oh, I thought I was there. Wait, where was the Stasis Ward? Well, the Oracle's gone now, so it was not anywhere too meaningful, apart from putting the Oracle in trouble. And unfortunately, Oracle goes down. So the Oracle down, NightMare coming across. A little bit of a shame because, you know, maybe you could have forced a couple units to stick back to deal with the Oracle. Now everything comes the other way. Are the 2 Immortals and the 2 Phoenix enough to hold off this amount of Stalkers? I want to say no. Just to me, I don't believe that 2 Immortals should hold this off. I think this is one of those scenarios where it's like, if the Stalkers just blink in, the Immortals die quickly enough. And what's going to stop these Immortals from dying? The battery's not even done at the front, but NightMare's not going to dive into the front just yet. He's going to currently, for the moment at least, walk around a little bit. Hallucination popping up. He's going to blink in the main. It's funny because that kind of bypasses the defenses, but then there wasn't really defenses here. However, he does do a cool split. 4 Stalkers in the natural will go probe hunting as he shuts down the pylon on the gateway. That's not going to matter much when you're not building gateway units. The Phoenix, funnily enough, are going to actually kill probes in return and somewhat even up the damage dealt here. And then this one Immortal here will do some damage, but obviously Stalkers can just blink away. And this is, for the moment, from MaNa, going to be held. That is indeed going to be a defense here in these early stages. Yeah. I mean, 35 to 34 workers. The economies are still similar. We're repowering this pylon here. The Prism now out is only going to help you with these Immortals. It's going to be harder to kill them, although Prism has to be careful. We just about nearly ran ourselves into trouble there. So, yeah, definitely worth being a little cautious. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ourselves in too much danger. There's a few Immortals still gathered up. The Phoenix is still very much so on its way as well. We've seen a few Stalkers coming back over. Phoenix going to take another shot, so one more hit coming out already. And just going to be seeing the few Stalkers in the Sentry pulling back along once again for these next few moments. Well, I'm going to actually get underneath the Phoenix, which is nice just to put a little bit of damage out, right? Put some, you know, pain out there. A little bit of damage being done is always going to be decent. You still have the Twilight Council and the Gateway coming up. The Immortal and the +1 attack upgrade building also. And yeah, these Stalkers are just going to pressure from the sides. Obviously, again, you've got map control here, so you're going to maintain that map control. And the more you maintain this map control and you can get damage like this, the more you're typically going to chip yourself into a better and better position at the start of this game. The Immortals trying to play chase down on the Stalker Sentry for the next moment or two. Hallucination in the skies not going to find much just for the moment. Again, Charge, Gateways, and the Templar Archives all coming online. The Phoenix play a clean up on the Hallucination, and we have an Observer going on the map for map control. I mean, down do have 2 more gateways being added on. We're adding on Charge. MaNa has a very important thing to add on to here, though, if he actually wants to utilize something like Charge or Templar Archives. First of all, maybe keeping the Phoenix alive would be nice, but secondly, Warp Gate, because we didn't build Warp Gate early. I actually think these Zealots are a big issue right now, because they're something that MaNa does not have a good answer to, like eventually with Archon, sure, but again, with no Warp Gate, it's going to be rough. I mean, the Sim City here is going to protect you from a lot of these Zealots, funnily enough. It's actually going to make this a lot better, but like 5 Immortals, like I said, they're just not doing damage really to these Zealots. The Nicoract has to be really good here for MaNa, and it honestly is so far. What a great defense with the Sim City and so coming in, but he's not going to be able to protect his third because there's no way he can justify stepping out onto the map to play defense on the third, and there's the Warp Gate now starting. Like I say, I feel like that's too late, and maybe if he keeps a few more Phoenix alive, maybe killing off a few of these Zealots is so much more easily done. But we didn't keep those Phoenix in good numbers. How many did we lose this game? Only a couple, but imagine 4 Phoenix. If they're lifting a Zealot each time, yeah, they probably kill them off quickly, and it just reduces that number a little sooner, right? Obviously, I'm not saying that you're guaranteed to be able to lift the Zealots, because obviously maybe the Stalkers shoot you down. But it's one more thing we can definitely think on here as we play through. A couple of pylons will come into position. This is just going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker. You try and come forward again. There's the first Archon warping in. Did he just slow building High Templars out of gateways? Oh my god! I don't think I've ever seen somebody build High Templars out of gateways. This might be in 15, 16 years of StarCraft 2 a first. I actually don't ever think we've seen High Templar. I mean, maybe there is, right? 16 years, surely it's happened one time, but like this is utterly ridiculous, because usually if someone forgets Warp Gate, they die. Or like, they then remember it while they're still on gateway tech. Like, this is definitely a thing. MaNa have fallen heavily behind on supply now. +2 attack is powerful, and we are going to start getting upgrades as NightMare. I mean, with Archons coming out, MaNa's army looks better, but it is completely outsized. And they say quality over quantity, but this may just be one of those cases where quantity is clearly going to, you know, just get past the quality. Because, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of it available. Probes spilling over, Immortal Archon gathering up. The Stalkers and the Zealots continue to come across. It's going to see a couple of Phoenix getting some lifts off, some more damage being done. The Immortal Archon will be there, but some more damage out. Stalker going down, +3 attack coming into place. This army collecting, ready to run onto the base right here. So looking for an opportunity, just going to be seeing the Nexus, ready to tank some of this damage. And MaNa has to SimCity himself in. He's got to find a way to hang on into this, basically. That's what we're looking for right now. As the Phoenix will come back and forth just a little further. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix able to lift up one of the sentries. Just going to be seeing the Zealots charging through, and away we go. The Archons are going to get to work. A battery just finishes up to try and help. There is the Prism still trying to provide micro throughout this. The Zealots, though, they are in very good numbers. They are just being beaten by the SimCity. The Pylon went down. Actually depowers the batteries there, so the battery's not going to get full life out of this either. MaNa trying to kite back. Somehow, some way, that +2 attack upgrade is putting in work, though. We finally lose the Prism, but you know what? We're kind of doing it, man. If these Immortals keep target firing down some of these low HP Stalkers, is there actually a way? No, there's not. Oh, I kind of believed. The supply was getting close enough. I kind of believed there was a couple Zealots stuck behind an Archon as well. This fight went way better for MaNa than I ever thought it would. Like, this went so much better for him than I ever thought was even on the remotely kind of slightest kind of possibility. Wasn't enough, obviously, and maybe that's definitely how it should have gone, but like the fact that it was even like something I was beginning to question is kind of baffling. What a wild game. Obviously upgrades were good. Yeah, upgrades good, but I mean honestly, again, just the quality of the army did a lot. The SimCity did a lot too. To be fair, there was like, you know, 20-ish supply of NightMare that was just running into buildings because all the Zealots couldn't get through it all. Like, MaNa gave himself a genuine opportunity in this game where there probably shouldn't have been one realistically, so yeah, that was surprisingly effective towards the end. There we go. Alright. First game of the WardiTV 2026 series sees High Templars being built out of gateways with no warp gate upgrade, because I guess that's the kind of StarCraft we're bringing this year. We're going to go from High Templar Gateway Madness to Winter Madness for game number 2. As we get into our second map of this PvP series. What's up, Caillou Cankem? Thank you so much for the 35-month resub. I appreciate you. Thank you for subbing up, and thank you for supporting. Helps us out a bunch. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you do want to support, do consider checking out the option to subscribe. We are trying to put our way back towards the, honestly, 700 subs is where we like to sit around. We're a long way off the 1,000 again now. We knew that was going to drop off eventually, but yeah, if you guys are out there chilling and enjoying, maybe you got a Prime sub to use, make use of it. It helps us to keep on running more StarCraft, as we have in the top left the blue pro display from Streamer Zone. This is NightMare, and in the bottom right our red pro displayer is MaNa from Team Liquid. Well, that was definitely one way to start the tournament off. Some PvP and some kind of wild PvP out there. This is why we shouldn't always just scoff at the PvP, guys. Sometimes they actually provide interesting games. I know it's crazy. I know what you're thinking. PvP, what's it really get? No, sometimes it gives us fun games, and this was an actual example of exactly that. So, yeah, sometimes you gotta sit back and just accept the PvP is not as bad as we want to believe it is. Well, and probe scouting here, we do have the Cybercore coming down. The second gateway from NightMare. MaNa just one gateway again, so similar to the last game. Would I be shocked if he did the same again? Almost no, because I actually think the first game went very wrong for him, and it actually turned out to be almost okay. So maybe I don't think so, as MaNa doesn't see the pylon. Oh my goodness. The pylon is going to see whatever builds here, though. Yeah. MaNa sees the pylon sees the probe, but the probe doesn't see the pylon. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. MaNa, because whenever he walked forward, just not enough. Oh no, the double! No! Oh no! Oh my god, we've absolutely got a clown fiesta of a series to start the tournament. It's beautiful. The pylon watches the double proxy robo come into play right next to it. Oh, well, that first game was entertaining. This second game is absolutely hilarious. We're going to throw a battery down and maybe try and hold this position against some of the initial units that come out, because obviously MaNa's only on one gate, so he doesn't even have that much to arrive to protect this. He needs these robos to finish and to come into play. So that's going to be something of a factor here. As, yeah, the pilots will start taking some damage. The robo's going to finish, but then you got to get an immortal out of these, man. The one stalker will show up. Anything we can do to try and delay or take attention away here. There's a Stargate from NightMare, which makes a lot of sense. It does a lot for you. The battery is going to finish. He tried to heal up that one hurting pylon, but he didn't quite get there in time. And now the Void Ray is going to start. Stalker heading out. Again, one immortal on the way. We're supply blocked again. MaNa losing that pylon and not being ready to lose, I think, is the mistake. Because realistically, you're going to lose a pylon here, man. Like, oh, it's very likely that you do. Maybe you really didn't think that was the case. Oh, Void Ray coming about. Just going to see the sentry on the way through. Warp Gate building. Just have all of this settling for the moment. Am I a little concerned that there are more PvPs and TVTs and ZVZs combined over the last 5 tournament years? Not really. I mean, as long as we still have good Zerg and Terran players, I don't think it's the end of the world if they're not overwhelming in numbers. It's not like we're just seeing PvPs because only Protoss are winning. We're seeing PvPs because there's just more Protoss players, no? Is kind of my take on that. This is not good for MaNa. 7-8 workers going down. He had to pull this immortal back over here. I think this might just be a write-off, to be honest. It's so sad that this pylon literally just watches it happen and MaNa... Yeah, he just has no idea. Absolutely brutal. Void Ray going to go after the battery. Obviously, there's no anti-air here for MaNa that can realistically compete with Void Rays. I think this one might just be kind of done, guys. I think this one might just be kind of done. G-Stalker, Sentry and Immortal. Just going to step forward a little bit. Force Field comes down. Just going to be seeing the corner depth there, getting caught for a second or two. The Void Ray is still going to turn their attention, and this is just going to be GG. That is going to get it done. NightMare is going to take game number 2 in the first series of the day. We'll go his way to start things off. So that is going to be NightMare to get a win on the board to start this group. And he'll be moving on to play Nikaract next, but that will be off stream. We'll revisit that series later. MaNa just messaged me, he's like, amazing pylon. Alright. Up next is going to be MaNa and Rogue, so we are going to get into MaNa versus Rogue here just a couple of moments, guys, and kick off into more action. What's up, Photobaz? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Good morning from San Francisco. Good morning. Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Yeah, I mean, to talk about the PvPs, I think more Protoss players have stayed playing more than anything. I think you could argue that maybe Protoss is easier to kind of touch the nearer to the top level with. Maybe you could argue this, and so maybe it's more kind of, you know, Protoss players more typically get closer to kind of justify still playing, if that makes sense. I don't know, man. Like, at the end of the day, we have like 4 top-end Zergs that still play the game. It just so happens that like most of our Zerg players quit, and we don't really have many up-and-coming Zergs and so on. You know, like it's hard to say, but yeah, I don't know. I think each race has its strengths, and I think one of the strengths of Protoss is you can kind of get closer to the top more easily with Protoss initially, but it's much harder to make a leap towards being the best of the best with Protoss, perhaps, as well. Like, there's so much variety to talk to on this one. Hey, Sinister, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Gonna go out to Gunnar RTS. Thank you so much for the generosity of a gifted subarenio. Thank you very much indeed. The road back to 700. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you, as we will take a moment or so to get back on action very shortly in more games, guys. So yeah, we got ourselves more action coming up in a few moments. Get this ready to rumble. Just got vetoes coming through. We'll get into this MaNa versus Rogue matchup, which will be our second match of the day. Like I say, 10 best of 3 coming through. Even if everything's PvP, we'll still complain about balance. Yeah, that's true. Guys, I'm sorry as well if I'm sniffling on stream. It's It's better than yesterday because I don't have a sore throat, so talking is much more easily done, right? Like, it's easier for me to talk. The problem is that now I'm more audibly sick. Whereas yesterday I just felt like I had a rough throat. Today my throat's fine, so talking's fine. My nose is just a little bit blocked up and runny, so I apologize if I'm sniffling on stream. If I had to mute every single time, it's my mute button's gonna stop working properly. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Anchor Punt? Thank you so much. Member for a month. Thank you so much. You can hype your 1 month. Hell yeah. Love it. Will there be a meaningful impact from Grubby streaming SC2 to thousands of people nowadays? I don't know. Is he going to stream it regularly? I don't even know about this. I heard someone say he was streaming it a little bit, but I don't know if it was a regular thing. I mean, anytime someone streams the game to thousands of people, it's going to get a little bit more, a few more people to kind of think about coming back to it, but like, the reality is like, we also stream to thousands of people every day, you know? And like, a lot of StarCraft people stream to thousands of people, so yeah, like, reaching some new people might be cool, but a lot of the people who you reach who are new are not necessarily new to actually StarCraft 2, they probably return to StarCraft 2, and if they return a little bit, that's cool, but like, meaningful impact? I don't think so. We've had massive streamers come and stream StarCraft 2 for a month or two before, and I would not say it had any sort of meaningful impact for it, you know? It's cool, it's nice, I mean, no one's gonna say it's a bad thing, right? Is it, you know, not to, you know, or anything like that, but like, meaningful impact in terms of like, is the viewer base gonna noticeably increase? Is the, you know, player base gonna, like, noticeably? No. You know, not to anyone. Not to me and you, and not on any sort of long-term scale, you know. So, I mean, it's always cool to see other people playing the game again, you know. And that's the thing. It's like, if the question is it cool or something, then yes. But is it going to have a meaningful impact? Probably not quite so much. MaNa in the top left is our red Protoss player. Rogue in the bottom right is our blue Zerg. As we get up and running on this one, we get this ready to go. A little bit of PvZ. Let me put you on the indie cam, guys. I gotta admin the other matchup off screen for a second, so give me 1 moment to get that sorted out. Alrighty. Little probe drone back and forth, bit of action for a moment too early. Let me get up and running. As we kick this off and see where things are gonna go, what we're gonna do, and all of that goodness here. Second match of the WardiTV Winter Championship is gonna be a cannon kind of rush. So drone's gonna pull. They can hit that cannon. It's not really walled in or anything. So the thing is, the gateway's coming in. This is a lot of drones to pull, and we are gonna have both the probes super low. Rebuilding the cannon is gonna be very difficult. One probe down, the other probe I think is gonna just fall. So the cannons are gonna die. We didn't even get the cancel there as MaNa. This has not quite been his day in the early stages so far, to be honest. This is not quite going the way I think he would like this to go. Not ideal. Let's see if we can flip it around a little bit, but now that gateway finished to start the Zell, he's just going to start Nexus at home. And honestly, just, I think the biggest issue here, losing the cannon is one of those things where it's like, it's 100 mineral difference of not cancelling that. And so, an extra 100 minerals back in your bank account would be a big deal, right? That's the sort of thing which early in this game, when you're on one base, can have an impact. The Zealot pops out. We've denied a lot of lost mine time. It's not like this has been all for nothing for MaNa. It's just a question of, has this been good enough for him in the end? I would say so far, not really. To be honest, so yeah, so far not really is the few lings want to try and maybe clip onto the pylon over there for a second or two. A couple lings going to move about, the Zealot and the probes gather on up, and we'll just see our couple of workers gathering in for a few moments, hanging about there to see what else can be done. Uh-oh, lings on the other side, going to get the probe, and the cannon that's meant to be here defensively to stop this is obviously, as you can currently see, not quite ready to actually participate in the battle. So it's going to finish just in time to die. Now you have to pull the probes, and this is just so annoying because for anything you kind of gained here as MaNa early, now you're kind of losing out on because Rogue has found a way to kind of do some of this damage back to you already. So not exactly ideal, as we are going to have the Cybercore finish in a couple of seconds. This game obviously got kind of crazy kind of early. I was going to say that this match I think is very interesting, because I think this match is the sort of game which actually defines a lot of this group. MaNa can absolutely make it out of this group. But MaNa, Rogue, NightMare, even Nikaract, I think, because of how good he is TVP, I think these guys are really going to have a good scrap over the third place and second place spots. So games like this already, second match of the day, could be very impactful down the line, especially when MaNa's already lost out to NightMare. If you know MaNa's lost to NightMare and he's got, what, Nicoract and Clem left to play, that's not a fortunate follow-up to kind of keep your eyes on, right? So, you know, it's definitely a possible factor. As you see, a couple Lings going to move. And I'm just going to see, I mean, honestly, the Lings getting in a couple times over has been one of the bigger issues here, and Rogue is absolutely exploiting that, taking advantage and running with it so far. He is having a good old time for himself as the cannon does bop back a Ling or two. Got a couple of Zelds still going to try and give chase to the Zerglings as well for a couple moments, keep chasing those around for a few moments there. And we're just going to see the Zeld coming about 2 for now. With the Roach out, this position is going to start getting cleaned up. I don't think the cannon's going to have much life left in it. And this is just going to be GG for MaNa. Rogue going to take game number 1 of this BO3. And we're going to jump into game 2 of this in a couple of moments' time, guys, because that was a speedy way for this match to continue on, plain and simple. So, on to the next one in a second or two. Get this on the way and get ready to roll into more StarCrafts. And thanks for joining us, guys. That was quick. Yes, that was indeed quick. We'll get it hosted into game 2 here. And kick this off, guys. Tidy up some of my tabs while we get invited into Winter Madness for map 2. Beautiful. Ready being called. You should be good to go. And kick this off. Alright, let's go to Winter Madness. Let's get this on the way. Is in the bottom right hand side. It is going to be the Red Protoss player. This is Team Liquid's MaNa. He's down in game. He's trying to bring all the funky stuff to the games today, and it's just not quite working out well for him just yet. He is the Red Protoss. Bottom right hand side trying to bring this back. In the top left, our blue Zergy is going to be Rogue in the WardiTV Winter Championship. Rogue making it through here on WardiTV points, as did MaNa. MaNa with a second place in the points qualifier, giving him a points boost to get him the invite into this event. So, yeah, excited to see both of them here. And again, obviously we'll talk a lot about kind of how players qualify and stuff a lot this season, because we just have a lot of sharing to do, and there's that story that we're trying to build this year in terms of how players qualify and what that story of the year is. That's why I've got a lot of the videos and stuff that we're going to continue to push to you guys. So really, again, like I say, to try and tell the story of this year's 2026 series. So beginning here today with this Winter Championship. Group A. Of course, it's already been kind of going on with the WardiTV Mondays, but this is our first major of the year. Just gets more exciting from here, basically, is the TLDR. As we'll find the indie camera and start watching the second attempt of a forward gateway and a cannon coming down in this series. Rogue sees it and instantly cancels over to the third base location instead. So very similar response to last game so far. We'll see if he pulls the drones or not this time. He's going to take a second gas immediately and probably try and just get into roaches very quickly then. Would be my guesstimate of what we're kind of thinking of doing on this one. So I imagine that's kind of the plan right now. Get set up to that and see how we can go. Just going to see the pylon coming through here. It's going to put some pressure potentially in, but like I say, the gas is going to suggest roaches. And we'll see what goes down next couple moments. There is the cannon coming into place. The Rotron already building. Hatchery is halfway done. Couple Lings, the Queen, all building through as well. Getting a lot of that set up for the moment. Get that underway. What's up, Rissy, in the chat? How you doing? Hello, hello. Also, what's up, kicking it old school in the YouTube. Thank you for the good games for the fans. No worries. Thank you so much for watching them, guys. As always, it would be a struggle to be here without you guys watching, tuning in, and enjoying. So thanks so much for joining us and enjoying some games and hanging out with us as well. Appreciate you guys. Cannon up. Gonna go after the hatchery. You're gonna see the few lings are gonna try and come around, getting after this position just for a couple of seconds. Just gonna go after that gateway for a few moments and just try and nibble through this. Get some damage done there. Stalker in position to try and push back as well. So I find a couple little bits and pieces, seeing what we can maybe do. Not a lot realistically overall, as the Stalker just pushes those lings away. Ling speed halfway done. Lings coming up. It's going to see the cannon still firing up onto the hatchery here, and the second cannon finishes. So this base is going to go down, but we've got our first Ravager morphing in as a little bit of defense available very shortly. So the cannon's putting some more damage out. Just going to see the Ravager trying to corrosive barrel down onto that cannon as well. Not quite going the way we wanted to. Ling's chilling out up on the high ground. The Overlord's still going to sit right there as well. Cannon, Stalker just fighting back. The Ravager is going to try and get back over here. The Ling's going to run through, and we are going to go running straight forward. It's going to get a catch on the cannon. And the Ravager going to go down, so we're going to kill the Ravager. The Stalkers get caught by the Lings. Stalker's not great against Lings. MaNa now building a Stargate behind this to try and follow this up and get into something a little bit different here. Let's see where we go with this one. It's not. I mean, the problem is stepping over to deal with these Lings is very difficult to justify. Like I say, Stargate's nice. The Oracle will do a lot, but we're a little ways away from that still kind of really being kind of on the map and happening. So now this just goes down. Rogue re-expands to his natural. MaNa's still yet to expand as well, so it's not like he's even going to come out on a lead. He has traded better, but if these cannons go down quickly now, the resource loss is going to start evening up pretty quickly. And with the pylons and the battery going down there, that probably just puts Rogue into an efficiency lead in the game in terms of what's been invested into. So yeah, Rogue probably feeling okay about this at the end of the day. His hatch comes up, and it's only just starting an expansion. MaNa will have the Oracle popping out, and obviously, at this point, defending against the Oracle is important, but this is something that would happen in a normal game anyway. So I feel like Rogue's going into a more normal game now from a pretty solid position overall. Couple Stalkers there, plus the Oracle. Lings do get chased out. Not going to commit through any further just yet. So we do have the cannon, the Oracle. That'd be a fun cannon run. A flying cannon? What's more dangerous, a flying cannon or just an Oracle? Probably an Oracle. Oracle does a lot quickly. I guess if a cannon flew around at the speed of an Oracle and just shot all the time, yeah, maybe it'd be kind of OP actually. Forgetting about the fact that if the cannon can fly and shoot, that'd be pretty good. Oracle has to activate and use its energy and stuff. It's not very tanky. We're going to follow this up with the melee upgrade, so we already see exactly where his plan to take this game is, which is into the melee upgrade. Oracle activating, getting rid of the creep tumor. Stargate still coming up. The Tempest in production. We see a few Zerglings getting to the top. They're going to go after the pylon. They're going to go after the probe. They're going to pick through that. So probe and pylon both going down here. And this Oracle just pulling back over to the left-hand side to see what else is going on for the next few moments. This has been a little bit of a wild game thus far. It does seem to be staying in that kind of a direction for now as well. So yeah, that's where things currently sit as the Oracle gathers. I'm just going to be taking a couple shots off the Queen for a few moments as well. So Oracle's still taking some hits there. Just getting pushed back around the other direction for a moment or two. MaNa's Fleet Beacon is going to get tectonic destabilizers, so just in case you're wondering what his plan was with the Fleet Beacon, it does seem to be Tempest, but not actually building a Tempest yet, waiting on the gas for it. I mean, maybe it is just the way that the games are going right, but I do think a lot of the issue MaNa is running into is just that his builds are not quite lining up effectively, right? Like, you should not be having to wait to build your first Tempest when the Fleet Beacon is ready, right? Like, that just puts you into trouble. That does nothing to kind of, it doesn't help you out at all, it just puts you into trouble, right? You can see this Tempest firing for a couple of these drones. Do you see the Spore coming back through? Again, the Tempest coming up. Everything else coming online. The Spore going to shoot. The Oracle taking shots again. And a few Queens stepping over to try and chase the Tempest once again. Spore going to shoot. Oracle very nearly going down. Again, Tempest is going to be chilling out here, man. This Oracle's doing a lot, actually, in the main base. Going to find 5 kills. That's nice, and the Tempest, because of tectonic destabilizers, will eventually kill the Spores very quickly. once you start on that. It's basically increased damage to the buildings, so once that finishes, the little pulsar beam that comes from the Tempest will turn orange when shooting at structures. We'll do a little bit more damage. Spores will melt. There's the TLDR of this. There it is. Bam! And you can see that spore starting to disappear very quickly. And because it's been a weird game, Rogue is not... I mean, he's on the way to Spire now, but there's a significant amount of time here where this Tempest player can bully Rogue. And that's what MaNa is really looking at for an opportunity. I was going to say, Rogue does have links on the map, and I was going to say, I'm surprised I've not seen Rogue commit to something aggressively, because MaNa's kind of all in on these Tempests, so surely there's going to be a lack of a defense when it comes to everything else. I'm going to find out soon if there's enough of a lack of something for these links to make something happen. It might just be because MaNa's on 2 bases, he's just safe enough anyway, though. Now, Twilight counts are coming up. That said, we are counting down the moments until we are available to build Corruptors, but how many Corruptors can we build? 300 gas banked is not a lot. So that might not even be enough in the, at the end of this, to be honest. Like, in the grand scheme of things, that might not make the difference. Tempest still firing through. Some more shots being done. This hatchery will go down to this location, broken down. 10 drones killed. MaNa is in a supply lead of this game. 3 Corruptors startup. That does not feel like a lot against this amount of Tempest right now. Again, it's the weirdness of the start of this game that's really thrown us for a bit of a loop here. As these Queens still try to step forward, they go after the Tempest. The Lings are going to run in. They want something to say, and like I say, on the ground, they'll do well. It's just what can they really achieve on the ground, and the answer is a few, gateway unit kills and now canceling the Nexus, and that's probably going to be about it. Recalling the Tempest back home. Air weapons plus 1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Charge and plus 1 also producing just for now, so again, we need to push that up. It's a Papa Mitch, 128 month resub, 10 years and counting. Tier 2 as well. Appreciate you, man. Thank you as always for the support. Thank you. There's Tempest. Templar Archives coming up. All the Temps, apparently. Templar Archives now coming up as the Corruptors have not yet killed a Tempest, which is kind of the issue. How many Corruptors are we on now? 4 still is honestly not a lot. Supply has swung back in Rogue's favor, but he's down on economy. He's had to rebuild bases multiple times over as well. He's been in a lot of very tricksy positions is what it comes down to, and those tricky positions are going to leave you in a little bit of a troubling state, all said and done. Again, Roach Speed coming online, a couple Corruptors coming through, the hatchery, the extractor coming about, cannons and batteries building as well. And we'll just see extra high Templar warping in already. Again, air weapons charge, building through for the moment. It's going to see a couple Tempest shots firing away as well. They will once again do okay for themselves for just a little bit. We've seen the hatch and the gas finishing up over on the sides, and yeah, plus 1 missiles and the Roach Speed continue to produce through for the moment. Storm's going to be done for MaNa. This game is looking good for MaNa. I don't know if I really hold Rogue in any sort of favorable position at all in this game right now. Tempest count's very good. He's starting to build a ground army that's just pure Ling Roach, so it's not even really got much quality in it. Obviously, why would it? It's, he's not really in the state of the game or the position to kind of just build kind of quality units right now, so that makes perfect sense. That does add up. That does in fact track. Corruptors still not really in super high numbers, and he doesn't really have the gas to go super high number of Tempest either, Corruptors either, to fight these Tempests off, and he just doesn't have the drone count basically to do it. I like the Void Rays from MaNa because honestly there's not much of an answer to them. They're going to help a lot against the Corruptors. The Tempests just delete 1, they delete 2. That's so expensive a rogue. We're just talking about how you can't afford to really get the right number of Corruptors up. Well, that's going to be even more difficult when you're losing Corruptors. That number goes down, and yeah, it doesn't really need explained any further, I guess. The rogue supply is there, but his supply is awful. It is truly looking as though it's just going to be pure Roach Link, and that's going to be kind of about all we've got to try and throw some things here and try and make some stuff work. That's what we're working with right now, is this Roach Link. Goes for a little bit of a pick-off as well, trying to find a little extra. Not really going to see success. Tempest and everything else coming through as well. Just take a couple moments there. The feelings are running about on the ground. Going to try and come in to deny the 4th base. One thing I think Rogue's actually done an okay job of, keeping the base count down from his opponent, stopping too much else from happening. Here's the Ling Roach now on the right side. Going to show up, Assimilator. Going to take the brunt of the damage. I mean, the biggest deal here right now is truly just getting rid of the, that kind of additional base coming up. rid of that is, I guess, say a step in the right direction, but that's kind of all it is right now, I guess. We'll see where else we're going to go in this over these next few moments. I just want to chase for the Zealot. The Zealot will take some damage, reducing the few corruptors coming up. Roach is still being added on. Nexus drops down. 4th base coming straight through here. Just going to be seeing a couple of Archons. The +2 attack upgrade. A lot of that continue to build straight into play. +2 missiles will reduce through as well. So we got that +2 missiles coming up from Rogue. Again, supply is there. I wonder if MaNa's biggest issue here is just going to be that he just couldn't find a way to turn this into something more earlier, you know? I wonder if that's actually just going to be the biggest problem at the end of this day. Feels like it might be, honestly. Roach is just going to shoot and fight. Just because I feel like the longer this goes, the more chance Rogue actually has of kind of pulling something off here. And then it's like, well, why didn't MaNa do something sooner? It's like, well, his army didn't really suit going out onto the map, but I do think his army would have won a fight, but being out on the map is scary. That said, I mean, his army still right now, like, the army supply difference is, what, 15? And again, you look at what it is, it's like Archons, Tempests, Void Rays, High Templar. You can't name a single bad unit in this Protoss army. Meanwhile, it's Roaches, and then there's Lings on the way, and then there's still maybe not even quite enough Tempests to really be, Corruptors to really be kind of impactful. Yeah, that's when I get a bit concerned. Roach is coming through, a couple of Zealots going down. Void Ray is still producing through. Corruptor Roach Ravager will pull over to the sides. So let's see one more storm coming down. It's a High Templar that gets caught. Like I say, MaNa's clearly a little bit afraid of kind of walking onto creep, which I think he should be. I don't think that's an incorrect kind of position to be in. Corruptor count is way better now, by the way. I was still kind of hating on it a bit, but it's actually much better than I thought it was. So Corruptor count definitely back up there and kind of in the right direction to kind of rectify itself and to give you a little bit more opportunity. Here actually come the Corruptors try and dive in. One Tempest goes down quickly. A couple Corrosive Vials coming down, just aiming towards a couple of the structures over there. Again, the Voids, the Tempests, everything else still gathering. We got ourselves the +2 air weapons coming up as well. And the Archon Void is still building. Roach Ravager coming through. Corrosive Vials onto this army. Eats a few of the Vials. Vials are very high damage output spells, right? Like, a Corrosive Vial does a lot. And obviously, the whole point of a Corrosive Vial is it hits hard, but you can dodge it. So if you don't dodge it and you take those hits, they're going to add up. And that's one way that Rogue might find a weird amount of damage able to come out from his army onto the opponents. And he might be able to see a lot of success there that we would maybe not typically expect him to see. So, one thing we can maybe look at. Tempests are bad at dodging, but you can still dodge with them, no? Like, realistically, like, you shouldn't be getting layered by Vials. I guess it's also a thing of, obviously, like, Tempest should also be far enough away in the first place. So it's kind of weird to see Tempest being Vialed. I think Bane's going to counterattack. I mean, you can't hate that for Rogue. Love the Storms, though, from MaNa. They're beautifully placed to just try and expose the issue of this army, which is just that you can't really run through on this. That's a bunch of probes going down. That's an entire mineral line, but so goes down a base over here. Like I say, that really feels like the bigger issue of all. Is that you just can't really deal with that. Force of MaNa, it just walks away, it wants to go, it zones you however it wishes to. Oh, well, with the Storms or with the Tempest, take your pick. Yeah. Well, it's going to be seeing the Blink building +2 air weapons coming up. Got a lot of that online. Got that going. The Banes join up. Gonna roll into this mineral line again. We've seen this trick before. More of the same still, as we are just gonna try and roll through. Hanging a couple of Void Rays and the Zealots coming about as well. It's just bringing those up again. Blink and the +2 air weapons coming about. The Banes trying to connect in, not doing super well just yet. And this main army of MaNa coming pushing across the map once again. Try and get to the top side. A few Banes will try and roll their way to this mineral line this time. Gets defended a whole lot better. Storm's definitely helping with some of those positions. Blink and the +2 air weapons about to be done as, oh, big fight breaking out. MaNa, yeah, would have had to walk through Storms there to keep chasing. He does drop another one. Man, these Ravagers are hurting. They've just been bathing in the Storm, unfortunately. Rogue, though, supply is still up there. I'm still going to give him half a chance as long as the supply is close to being maxed. I don't believe in this army necessarily, but it's not like MaNa's army is super regular either, and there is absolutely, you know, such a thing as losing a fight, so... I mean, especially with the masses of Corrosive Vials, it's a reason to force MaNa to step back repeatedly, right? And then it creates opportunities like this. A lot of Vials actually hit here already. This is a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, the Vials keep flying down from above. Oh my god, Rogue. actually just... Yeah, this is how you can lose a fight, guys. This is why, this is why it's not sure. He actually ate so many corrosive biles. No, MaNa, no. I thought we were going to a game 3, and that is actually his entire army getting wiped out. What's funny is the infested one, the way I thought they may be a cool addition as like a possibility to kind of switch it up here, but they may even not be needed. They may not even be needed as the corrosive piles come down. Oh my goodness, this time the fungals make it easier to hit, right? But yeah, that was massive. He needed those bars to soften up the air army to give the Corruptors a true way forward, especially considering how many freaking storms we were eating in this game as well. That felt like such an important factor. Alas, here we are with Rogue showing up. This base of MaNa going down. The probes are going to pull in, but they're going to be in trouble. I mean, the Void Rays are slowly but surely kind of working their way through this. We are not on a single Corruptor that remains. That's how close it was. Rogue did actually lose every single Corruptor. It's kind of crazy. Roach is going to go through the Nexus. We see in this next base along going down, MaNa. Yeah, it's definitely not in the grandest of positions right now, and definitely not in the prettiest of places at this point in time. The Roach Ravage is still joining together here. And we're all going to see a couple of changelings moving around. Rogue up 100 supply right now, and looking very, very good here in this game too. A couple more biles. Fungal, try and slow it down. It's funny because we actually just don't have reliable anti-air right now, because we lost all of the Corruptors earlier. So that is the only reason MaNa is still staying somewhat in this game, aka flying these Void Rays about. MaNa would be a great time to leave because my ads are about to autoplay, and I'd rather not use a snooze if you're going to leave 10 seconds later. Are we going to do it? No? You're staying in it? Fair enough. And he is pretty doomed. Oh! GG's just before I have to snooze the ads. Thank you, MaNa. Realistically, we see this game is over, and it's going to be 2-0 on the board for Rogue to advance into a win on his first matchup of the day. That was definitely something. That was definitely something. All right, we're going to hop on over to Europe for MaNa versus Clem up next, as we are actually going through all of MaNa's matches early, which, unfortunately for MaNa, is not going great for him so far. Cool. We'll go into MaNa vs. Clem, get these videos set up, and we'll get that ready to go. I'm going to have to hop on my server over here as well. And Rogue NightMare will get started on the other screen. We'll obviously visit that later as a replay. We will cast everything, guys, just playing games in sync to save the players some time. Cool. So many chat channels I don't need to be in over here. Jeez. Oh, alright, I need to take a note of that MaNa Rogue. MaNa Rogue Corrosive Biles Game 2. 18 mins-ish. Take note of that. That's going to be a clip later. The next hype video, you know what's going to be there. Ay. Alright guys, set up, getting ready to go. This off in just a few moments into more action. Thanks for joining us. Can we have a pull, throw or not? I think it was a throw. I think MaNa's army was awesome. You just don't take the piles in the face. I think he was definitely leading at points of this game. Like, there was points of this game where there's like 4 Corruptors versus an army of Tempest. And I can understand why MaNa didn't push out. I don't think him sitting around was bad, but I think it was a bad fight for him. Throw is always a harsh word. I think is one thing to take note of, maybe. Throw is always a very harsh word, but I do think this is one of those scenarios when you can look at it and be like, it did not exactly go the way it maybe should have gone. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright, a couple of videos coming through. We got this sorted in a couple seconds, guys. Just checking over here as well. Cool. Alright, videos are coming up. We'll be underway in a couple of moments, guys. Thank you for your patience with us here today. Appreciate you all. Touching the WardiTV Winter Championship, just in case you didn't know, part of the WardiTV 2026 series. And the best part about the 2026 series, guys, is that the 2026 series is powered by you guys. You guys help support this, you guys help make this possible over on the Patreon page. You can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledges on the Patreon go directly into the WardiTV 2026 series and the competitions that you're watching here today, such as the Winter Championship. 100% of any pledge goes directly into the prize pool of this event. We're going to say it a lot because we've got money to raise, guys. The more prize money we raise, the more that we can put into these events, the more of these bigger events that we can run, the cooler it can be, the better it can be. That is the grand scheme that we're trying to do. We want to give money to the players, as much of it as possible. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, one of the absolute best things you can do is genuinely to become a Patreon member. Whether it's a couple of dollars a month or more or less, anything helps because all of it goes towards us and some more StarCraft 2. We're just shy of $2,000 a month on the Patreon right now. We transferred some of our sponsorship for the Monday Cup onto the Patreon, so it did take a big bump. So our current goal is to try and get to $2,500 a month because, like I said, before our goal was $2,000. Now we're at $2,000, but because we basically took some of the Monday Cup sponsorship and got put onto Patreon, so our goal is to try and hit $2,500 per month on Patreon by the end of the year, which is a lot of money. But it allows us to run so much StarCraft 2. So do check out the Patreon page. Like I say, the more that gets supported, the bigger the events can be, the more consistent the events can be, and the more StarCraft you guys get. So do check it out. Patreon.com/WardiTV. I cannot possibly say it enough. As we are just waiting for MaNa to join us on this lobby. Should be good to go. Countdown begins, and it's going to be Ruby Rock, MaNa versus Clem, coming up right here in a couple of moments. Let's do this, let's jump in. We're going to have ourselves in the top left corner. The blue Protoss is going to be MaNa in this Team Liquid showdown. Taking on teammate Red Terran in the bottom right side. It's Clem's first matchup of the day that we're going to get to see on stream. So we are going to follow the following schedule. So we're going to do MaNa versus Clem, then MaNa versus Nikaract, get a couple of European matchups out of the way. Then we're going to switch into, I think it's going to be NightMare versus... I guess it would be Nikaract versus Oh, I just gotta look at the Wikipedia, I can't think. I did it slightly different than usual. It is Nikaract versus Rogue after this. So, MaNa versus Clem, MaNa versus Nikaract, Nikaract versus Rogue, and then we'll probably continue through with a couple more of the Nikaract games, get those wrapped up, and we're probably looking to end the day on Clem, Rogue, Clem, NightMare a few hours from now when we get to best of threes number 9 and 10 on this group. Little probes here from MaNa. Start things off is a little bit feisty, a little bit scary, a little bit funky for sure. See him just being, he's being very kind of offbeat today in terms of he's not playing standard at all. He's doing all the little things that can be seen as trickery and some weird things and stuff like that. I'm going to see the gold pros pulling back. Reaper is coming through. I'm going to see the Orbiter coming about. Cybercore building in. I'm just going to see the couple of probes going straight after the SCV as the command center will drop straight down into position. Put that into place right from the get-go here. X on the pylon coming up. Couple of probes are going to end up recalling back, so we are going to bring those back over for the moment. Factory going to start up. That's going to be seeing the CC building. And yeah, Clem playing pretty safe. Obviously, high ground command center, not taking any risk here straight away or anything. Just playing nice and chill. Not going to leave any openings or anything that can be taken advantage of just yet, at least. Let me just build through here and see what will continue to take place over the next couple. Nope, it says the Reaper hangs about the factory in the CC. Going to be finishing up the next moment or so. Get that all underway. See where we get to. Stalking that Wolfgate building as well. Again, the Nexus still very much so coming online. Reaper going to take a chance to get after this probe here as well. It's just going to go straight after that. Couple Stalkers end up getting blocked back the other direction. And yeah, Orbital Starport, both building through. Getting that online. Away we are going. Did Clem 2-0 Nico? You will find that out when we cast it as series number 6 of the day. Again, 2 matches played at the same time, guys, but we cast everything on the stream. The only reason the matches are being played simultaneously are to accommodate the players. we will cast everything, spoiler free. Mobile facility, Nexus both coming up. The Sentry and the Wolfgate coming through as well, so we got that straight up and running here. Let's get that started. The SCV is going to transfer down to the low ground. The orbital command is going to float in that same direction as well. It's just going to float in that general area. And getting Gateway Nexus coming through, the battery coming up. Starport pumping out the medevac, going to give us a chance to go aggressive here. Going to cycle in the few Marines, so we'll see exactly what the aggression maybe looks like from Clem, see exactly what he's aiming to get done. There's just going to be all the Marines. There's obviously the... Okay. I was going to say, there's obviously the choice of kind of taking the Cyclone across the map with 4 Marines, and that is actually what he does in the end. As he comes through here, this is a fake prism, but it's going to make Clem stop and get rid of it. Even still denying the hallucination. Doesn't really deny info here, actually, because you already kind of see that the Cyclone and the Marines are in the medevac. But it tells you a lot about this build. I guess it doesn't tell you exactly the follow-up, though. Although there's a lot of presumptions you can probably start making at that point for MaNa. I would imagine that's going to be his idea from there. There's a couple of Marines coming about. Unloading from this medevac. Cyclone there as well. I mean, the Cyclone's very nice and very useful against this group of Stalkers, especially when they have no blink, because it's a robo-opener. So the Cyclone can lock on and actually get some kills. Just not going to quite find the chance there. I'm going to back it away. Isn't too sure about trying to do too much as the Colossus does start up from MaNa, so he's going to bring his Colossus into play, and away we are going as the few Marines nibble through some rocks, getting some damage done. Raven up in the skies, going to go patrolling about. +1 stim, just building along, and Marine Marauder continue to produce up here for a few moments. That combat shield coming in as well. A lot of that coming straight through the army. Continue to get settled. Obviously get all those upgrades finished in Clem. He'll feel likely very confident to get back out onto the map and to start getting some things done. But I imagine that's going to be something of a reality here. As again, the upgrades coming about. The Marine Marauder coming through. A couple of SCVs, the reactor on the way. T-Bow's coming up as well. Well, this just being brought straight through for the moment. That Colossus and that Thermal Lance coming in as part of this as well. Gonna see where we get to. So Colossus is gonna finish up. The extended Thermal Lance coming about. Gateway is still producing. And we just have ourselves a little bit of bio making its way forward once again, so we can come straight across there, seeing what we can do. Load up, just 1 medevac, full of units, and the second one takes a Marauder. It's going to have the army of Clem positioning to see if you can take a run in. I didn't really mention this at the start, but Clem MaNa is actually a very fun matchup, because I always feel like Clem MaNa is a matchup that should absolutely go in Clem's favor, but so often Clem MaNa does find a way to kind of sneak exciting games out of the matchup that feels as though it should be a lot more maybe one-sided, right? And right now hit with a lot of different things. Okay, MaNa's going to get out multitasked a little bit here because the auto turrets came down, the drop came down. Clem went for the base. Now he's going to turn onto the army, saying he does not respect that this is enough to clean it up. Didn't get the Colossus quickly, though, so the Colossus does a lot of damage throughout this. It will finally fall. It means that MaNa will clean the army up, though. This actually was not as good for Clem as it maybe initially seemed. Considering Clem is not a 3rd CC Terran player yet, he's down 14 workers, only killed 5 probes. He lost a lot of his army. And yeah, okay, you killed a Colossus. If Thermal Lance was done, that Colossus probably doesn't even die. But yeah, okay, you killed a Colossus. That's really about it in terms of the highlights of this game right now for Clem. Well, the highlights of that fight, the supply definitely not bad for MaNa following that up initially. So, not bad at all as the storms keep coming through. The medevac being chased, not quite going down just yet though. Alive for the moment, alive and well. He's still shooting, a couple probes taking shots. The Stalker's going to get there. Widowmine's going to be good for 13 probes. Oh, that was brutal. We do get a bit more damage at the end here than from Clem. He does succeed toward the tail end of this and sees a little bit more yeah, money back in his pockets for how the trades have gone. MaNa's going to have a chance to come across the map, though, and I think that's going to be something important to note, that he will at least have the opportunity here to make his way over and have a bigger shove before kind of a lot of the eco disadvantages kick into play. So we'll see him try and take advantage of that opportunity for a moment or two, get that set up. Let's see how this goes. The couple medevacs pull back over to the sides as well. Observer going to see the mines. We can clean those up easily. Going to get one. Command's under actually in some trouble. Needs to pull that back quickly so we don't end up in too much trouble here. Second mine going down. Not really the end of the world, but obviously nice for MaNa to clean up. The two Colossus right now are not easily removed from the equation, and that's going to be one of the bigger problems at this current point in time. So we're definitely looking at that as kind of the question mark of, well, what do we do about these Colossus? Because right now they're just sitting afar and kind of beating you down with their laser beams. If you if you keep on letting that happen, that's not going to be a happy ending for you at the end of the day. So you can see the Raven coming about, the probe and the prism going to be there as well. 4 Vikings at a time, definitely necessary at this current point. It's making a lot of sense of where we're going right now. Raven right around the back is going to have possible order turrets to throw down as well. He's going to see the Colossus going to laser beam by army, going to start taking damage. Shots will be taken. As we are going to see the Colossus going to try and fight on through here. Clem's supply looking good. Both players will take in worker losses quickly. I just don't think MaNa has a way to really maintain and sustain through this fight. I don't think he has the reinforcements he needs. The Prism's not in warping mode. The Colossus, again, chases a lot of Vikings now available, and MaNa is going to be taking some heavy losses at the end of this here. Numbers going down in the wrong direction, and Clem is going to power through at 120 to the 90 supply currently. Fire still looking to come through. Prism goes down. Now, MaNa's just going to say GG. The army is clearly at this point not going to sustain itself, and it's going to be in trouble. GG's. Clem takes the opening game of this best of 3. Going to game 2 in a second here, guys. I've just got a lot of buttons to press at the same time all of a sudden. Give me one moment. Game's finishing on both screens simultaneously, typically. Alright, Old Republic going to come up as map number 2 here for MaNa. If MaNa loses this game, he might just be out, guys. 0-3. Obviously, there is prize money to play for in terms of a 4th place finish in this group. Finishing 4th to 5th place in this group does change your prize money, so there is a factor there. There is... There's $25 for finishing 5th in your group and $50 for finishing 4th. So MaNa will still have a reason to play the final matchup, which would be against Nikaract, and potentially a reason to try and win that. But chances of advancing out of this group are quickly slipping away. In the top right, it is going to be MaNa. He's down a game, taking on the Red Terran. In the bottom left side, Clem here for game number 2 of this BO3. See what happens. See what happens. I feel like MaNa had some... He was okay in that game at points, but I feel like Clem was always in pretty good control of things. As maybe what it comes down to at the end of the day, just a little bit too much control available there. Similar gateway coming through, probe coming about, racks on the gas coming online. get set up here on Old Republic to see how things are going to go. Going to throw the Nexus down. Bring the orbital coming about next to the cyber core, setting up probe. Just gonna settle in. Have you seen the SCV ready to come over? Probe will step across. We'll just see the orbital and command center coming up as well for the moment. Getting all that underway right now. Steps about, probe going to be there. Just going to see the Stalker and the Warp Gate still setting up. Factoring the command center building through. And we're just going to see the Reaper heading straight to the upper right hand side. Probe stepping back for a moment or so. We're going to see what's going on. And yeah, Reaper ready to jump up into the main base in the next moments. Put some of this damage out. Probe will take some hits already. It's going to go down. It's going to be seeing the Stalker there to fight the Reaper off a little bit as well. Nothing too crazy for the first couple moments here, as you can see. Trial Council building, the Warp Gate building through. Stop on the orbital, both coming up. Again, the blink is producing by just for the moment here. And the Reaper heads into the natural expansion. Stalker will shoot. Reaper taking damage, pushing back at the moment. That's not good. It's not me, though. As we will disconnect for a moment or two. Get that sorted and resume. Yeah, sorry for the little coughs and stuff, guys. Just, I'm feeling pretty good today, just obviously talking when you have anything wrong. Like anything kind of, lingering on being a cold or so. It's, talking doesn't exactly chill out the breathing and stuff, right? So it's a little aggravated. So sorry if you're hearing some sniffles and so on. Apologies. Try and I'll hope to get a little better over time. Unforgivable. I don't disagree. Don't die on us. I'm not dying. I actually feel pretty good today. It's just the talking is specifically just making my nose a bit stuffy and need to clear the throat a bit, so I'm trying to mute up as best as I can for it, but sometimes I just need to cough as soon as I finish talking, So, just saying sorry. As we resume this one, nothing big happening there, just a DC. One of our community language streamers, as we are going to see the probe, is going to get jumped on. That's one dead probe already. We go from there. Does T help? I don't know, actually. Maybe T would help. T was helping yesterday because I had a sore throat yesterday. Today I don't have a sore throat. Yeah, I'm just a little bit bunged up, I guess. Still, but actually, yesterday I had a nap when I finished streaming. When I woke up from that, my throat was already better. I was like, oh, maybe some of this was just sleep. Who knows? Hellion is going to put some damage out. Probes will take a little bit of damage initially, so some damage being done in the first few moments. 2 workers going down. This Hellion gonna get out alive. MaNa is playing more standard into the blink opening this time around. Just the Twilight Council is very much so the most common go-to kind of build order in this matchup at the moment. So no surprise at all to see that coming in from him, especially after going down one game already. Maybe it is a bit weird to see MaNa doing it because we're not expecting MaNa to be standard all the time. But yeah, he is going to send himself towards that right now. So gets that up and running for himself. Just see this medevac going to try and boost back through. A couple of mines are going to look for an opportunity as they burrow. They're going to get one of them cleaned up. The second one's going to hit quite nastily. Somehow that's only 2 workers. They thought it should have at least been 3, but only 2 going down. It's actually not so bad at the end of the day. That felt as though that could have been a whole lot worse than what it actually was. Charge and +1 both building up. And tank sieged Marine's going to be there. Stalker's going to start taking some damage. I'm going to lose one. Just walks too far forward. To be fair, got the medevac, so Yeah, we got something from it. A medevac for a Stalker. I never love losing Stalkers, but obviously medevac's kind of a big deal, so just one Stalker, it's fine. Because we just have the Hellion. We get chipped out here, gets another couple probes, man. This Hellion has 3 kills on it as it finally goes down. Cleaned up eventually. Now the Prism about to arrive, but I don't think we can do much damage here. The split of Clem's units is pretty good. He's got units in the main, he's got units on the low ground. Don't really see what kind of entry point we really look to take advantage of right here to push us into an advantage position as MaNa, so I just don't think there is going to be much opportunity at all for him. This one's just going to kind of sit dead in the water a little bit right now as Stim Combat Shield comes up. Medevac's on the way, Command Center coming through, the Temple Archives and the Gateways building as well. Stim and the Combat Shield obviously both building up right now. CC and the Water Mines coming through too. Continue to get that online just for the moment. Got that into play. Charging the +1, also very much so part of this right now. So continue up with that, get that on the go. See what happens next. Good amount of bio. Tank and the Raven gathering as well. A couple medevac's going to be there. Prism's going to take a little journey over. The Stalker's going to get to shoot. Had a concussive shells initially. Try and take this tech lab down. The bio going to be there to fight these Stalkers, and Stalkers do have to take a turn away from this initially. Now the Bioforce going across the map, so Clem looking to apply the pressure, looking to get some damage done. Collecting over here for the next few moments. As I do see that Bioforce, pretty good numbers, is going to step up this round. We do have a lot of Zealots. I can imagine they're going to be a pretty major part of playing defense here, because we are going to have the Bioforce coming over. The Zealots go down pretty quickly. The anti-armor missile definitely helping with the Zealot count there. End up backing away, turning out for the moment or two. And Clem has to back it up, but supply's still good for him. Just realizing Clem has no upgrades at all. He starts an armor upgrade now. What about an attack upgrade, Clem? I feel like he's meant to have attack right now, but he didn't start it for some reason. I don't know if he's noticed it. Because it's very weird for a Terran to be on no upgrades at this point. And then to start the armor upgrade definitely suggests he felt like he'd already started attack as well. So I feel like we're doubling down on the like this is a bit of a mistake. Let's see if that's something we can get over or not. As this bio gathers, the Medevac's join. And we settle down here for a moment or two. Ghost Academy still building up as well. Getting that online. And that into play. Immortal Archon coming up from MaNa. Probe is going to be producing through as well. Bring that into action. 3 probes at once right now. They're going to stim up to the top. One Zealot goes down immediately. Now just going to see the Order turret putting some damage out as well. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 workers. 13 workers going down. It's going to be seeing the bio just lifting up. Good damage from Clem. Gets out of there with so many of his units as well. And that's MaNa can kind of get across the map and punish Clem for having so many units loaded up. He actually gets an unload and chases the Stalkers, and MaNa just says, no, no, no. Enough of this. It's not working out at all. Clem 2-0 on his first showing of the day. He's the favorite for this group. Unfortunately for MaNa, playing the favorite when you're down 0-2 in the group already is not exactly a great sign a lot of the time. So Clem is going to go 1-0 on the day so far. And we'll be checking back in with more Clem games in a little bit, guys. We'll come back to Clem games for in a few series time. So yeah, Clem games coming back in a little bit. For now, we're going to get into MaNa and Nikaract. So we'll get that ready to go. Don't have to server swap just yet. Cool. Alright, we'll take a couple of moments, throw some videos out, and get ready for more StarCraft 2 here, guys, as we get the videos ready for Nikaract and MaNa to play some TVP. Nikaract dangerous in this matchup. See what he looks like in his first matchup of the day, because obviously so far we've just been watching MaNa's games. Unfortunately, MaNa is already going to be eliminated from the Winter Championship. A win against Nikaract could be the difference of 4th or 5th place. That could double up your money from qualifying into this from $25 to $50, so there is still a reason, like I say, for MaNa to come in with a little bit of fight here, even if he's out of the group, guaranteed at this point being 0-3-0-6. Taking a series could actually still mean prize money for MaNa, so it's not like this should just be him rolling over and dying at all, as we get this ready to go. Is it round robin? Yes, this is round robin today. 10 best of 3s in total. Thank you. How do I feel about marrying Liu Li? Still haven't watched it, guys, because I'm going to cast it this weekend, so I have no idea how I feel about him. I get the feeling someone might have won the tournament, though, because you guys keep asking me how I feel about Maru all of a sudden. Ay. It's funny because I was saying he can't beat Reynor or Serral. I mean, he can beat Reynor. He's beat Reynor a few times before. I think specifically Serral Maru can't beat. or struggles to beat. Reynor, I think Reynor does not play well into Maru's style, so that definitely helps Maru out for sure. But yeah, I haven't seen anything from Liu Cup, guys, because I'm planning on casting pretty much every single game from it. And yeah, I'm going to cast pretty much every single game on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I'll give you my thoughts then. I'm not looking into it until I have no reason to look into it when I'm planning on casting, so yeah, not calling you guys out for spoilers. I appreciate I'm probably gonna get spoiled. I can't tell you what I think of the games because, like I say, I'll be watching them when I cast them. Alrighty, just getting some things set up on the other screen, guys. I'm just waiting for MaNa to come back from a BRB here for him to be good to go. So we'll just wait for that. We should indeed be good to go into Nikaract versus MaNa, guys. Glad so many guys were excited about how this Liu Cup tournament went, though. I was very sad that I was away for casting it. Obviously great lineup and stuff, but to be fair, I was kind of lucky that I wasn't away for the All-Stars event, so I'll take that one. We were away last week. I'm gonna cast the replays. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Like I say, we're gonna have a lot of replays to cast. I want to try and fit it into 3 days. I think that's a bit too much, but I'm gonna give it a shot. We probably are gonna get through like a bunch of it and then not all of it. I'm gonna have to find another day to stream on. I just don't have that scheduled right now, so we'll figure it out. So yeah, if you didn't see those games, or you have seen them but you want to see my cast of them, that will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's our content for the weekend. I've got them replays. We're going to sit down and we're going to cast a bunch. Can we see the game of Clem, please? You can see Nikaract versus MaNa because the game of Clem will be shown when it is scheduled to be shown. The way it works is that all these matches are paired off into pairs. I'll even show you guys on screen. Basically, we cast 5 matches live and 5 matches from replays, so the top match of each pair gets cast live. So we're going to do MaNa versus Nikaract, Nikaract versus Rogue. Then we go back to the top and do the match that was played simultaneously with the first match from replays. That'll be Clem Nikaract, will be match 6. NightMare Nikaract, match 7. Rogue NightMare, match 8. Rogue Clem, match 9. NightMare Clem, match 10. You guys will see all the games here on the channel, but it will be in that order for that reason. Again, it's very much so a case of just making it easier for the players to participate and easier for the players to get involved, because then they don't have to be here for 6 hours and we can run a format that plays 10 best of 3s instead of us only watching 5 best of 3s. Ready, as you can hear, countdown is on, game is beginning, and the StarCraft 2 is hence starting. I actually think we've got a very dangerous Terran player down in the bottom right-hand side in Nikaract. I'm kind of intrigued in what he can do in this group. TVP is a good matchup for him. He's going to play 3 in this group because he'll play Clem in TVP as well, obviously. So we'll see if he can get a good start here with a win over MaNa. Would be an amazing beginning for him. I think if he beats MaNa, there's always a chance he can advance from this group. Because I could absolutely see Nikaract swinging an upset against like NightMare and then 2-2 maybe being enough to get through. I don't know if he could beat Rogue. I could absolutely see him kind of swing an upset against NightMare, That really comes down to him beating MaNa, and because everyone else went 2-0 against MaNa, it would be really nice for Nikaract if he went 2-0 against MaNa as well, because map score can be the tiebreaker, and if everyone else is 2-0, if you go 2-1, that's just one way you're already behind, and especially if you're looking to maybe say your best chance of getting through this is at 2-2 or something, realistically at that point, it's realistically at that point, it's kind of difficult to I'm losing my train of thought for some reason. Rewind a little bit. If you start and you're already kind of map behind, you're looking to get through on 2-2. Tiebreakers oftentimes, come into play at 2-2. So if everyone else already has a 2-0, it just puts more pressure on you in your other matchups as well. So that would suck for MaNa. Yes, I do not disagree. Not winning a map all day sucks, but that's the exciting point of view from like what could happen in this group, maybe from some of our underdogs in terms of them still advancing. Obviously for MaNa, he's still playing because if he wins this series, he would be up against, he'd be up over Nikaract. If everyone else then beats Nikaract, MaNa could take 4th place and more prize money than 5th place. So we'll see. We'll see what Nikaract has in store. He likes to play very aggressive in this matchup, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what takes on, or what comes of this in the near future. Reaper popping out. Nexus and Cybercore both building through for the moment. A little bit of shooting. Still can get some deflecting done. This is a little starting point, nothing too crazy. Take a few moments and continue on through for the moment. Prometheum with the raid, hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome to some WardiTV Winter Championship action. 4th series of MaNa today. After this, we will be moving into Nicoract versus... I've completely forgot the order again. I think it's Nicoract versus Rogue after this, and then we go Nicoract Clem. We'll still have some of the maybe more exciting matches coming down the line still. Let's see how it turns out as this Reaper and the Hellion will gather in together. There is also a possibility, by the way, as well, where sometimes we get... If the matches don't sync up, sometimes we get a 6 matchup live as well. Like I mentioned, we get 5 live matchups. There was a small chance we potentially get 6 matchups live too, so that could also be a factor, something that we could maybe look at down the line as well. So we'll let you guys know as we get closer to it, kind of what the situation is. So now this Reaper Hellion's going to get in, and Nikaract is going to go and kind of get on a killing spree against these workers. This is bad for MaNa. There's so much damage taken. Dodges that grenade with the Stalkers impressively enough. That actually goes pretty well for you there. And 7 probes going to go down. Going to be some good damage done early from Nikaract. He puts himself in a great position starting this off. I mean, you don't really get a better start than that. 7 workers going down. Yeah, it's a little bit committed with the Reaper Hellion, but pretty good otherwise. Just going to be seeing this Reaper trying for another probe. It's going to be 9 workers killed. Reaper is going to fall. That is going to die. We are going to continue from there. As you just see the blink coming up. Robo facility coming through. Cloaking on the Banshees coming up as Nikaract gets into an aggressive follow-up. Man, when you've killed workers like this early, and then you're looking to follow up with even more harassment, sometimes you can just see players absolutely falling apart. So, let's see what happens. As we get into this, again, blink coming up, Banshee and the Cloaking coming on through. We are going to have Robo Facility coming up as well. You want to see road games? Trust me, I want to show you guys the road games too. The reason we're doing all of MaNa's matchups first is because it kind of gives us... Obviously, we have the most Protoss players in this group. Or we have 2 Protoss and 2 Terrans. Clem's going to play some Protoss instead of TVT, right? So, by doing MaNa's games first, it kind of front-loads a lot of the TVPs and stuff, so that we don't have just a string of TVPs later. So then it'll be a bit more varied matchups later down the line with Rogue still having most of his games to play and so on. So, that's kind of the reasoning that MaNa was selected to be the guy that plays 4 in a row to start off the stream. Initially, I had Nikaract playing the first 4, but I actually thought it worked out better if we did MaNa, so here we are. Here we are. Marine Tank going to come pushing up for a couple of moments. We are going to see this army heading to the top side through the center. Again, +1 attack and Stimpack both building through. Marine Marauder coming up, an extra barracks coming in. The Banshee can take a couple swings at a probe once again, get some damage dealt there. The Stalkers going to try and deal with this, while also having to deal with the Banshees being in position. Nikaract, at the very least, is going to get a siege on this base. With the damage taken from MaNa, I could absolutely see a world in which he ends up in some trouble here, because he's taking damage early. Now Nicoract's already in position. Not going to be an easy cleanup, has to blink through. Yeah, Marines have to do their thing to kind of target fire some of the low HP Stalkers. We get a lot of Stalkers there to begin with. That is a lot of damage dealt immediately. There's a big factor as now these Marines go for probes as well. The Banshee's still going for probes too in the main base as well. Couple Marines going to fight, just going to do a bit more. It's going to be seeing 14 probes going down at the moment. Again, Stim Combat +1 all coming up. MaNa is going to be in trouble because Nicoract's done great damage early, and he's setting up to be on a very good army composition for the next stage of this. The next time he comes across the map swinging is going to be with all the bio upgrades, with a worker lead. Probably going to be looking pretty darn good very soon. Hey, what's up, DJ Chris? My man. How you doing? 26-month resub. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the support as always. Stalkers blink through. Medevac will take a bit more damage again. Fire gonna fight. A couple of Stalkers getting pushed back. Still just gonna chill there for a couple seconds. So again, trying to see what is possibly going on. Stalker's going to come through. This concussive shell gets denied. So I'm just going to see that tech lab going down. Now the reactor in some trouble. The bio unit's going to get here. The reactor is going to get blasted. Is going to fall already. Is now the couple of Marines. The Marauder going in after the Stalkers as well. The Bioforce and the mine still gathering up. Taking a few more moments. And now we're going to see this Stim up to this high ground. A couple of these Stalkers going to get in trouble pretty much straight away already, actually. So Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Pylon taking some damage as well. Let's see, a couple of these Zealots are falling. We just continue to play cleanup here as that Bioforce fights. I mean, again, Nikaract was in such a good position early, and this really right now is looking to be a follow-up of that. As this Bio Army continues to step through, continues to play cleanup, a few more probes pulling in. But am I going to blast a few probes as well? This really is looking to be kind of just donezo. Nothing really to add on to this one, guys. I think sometimes you see a amount of damage being done and you say, yep, can't really compete with that, and that's kind of the case here. Sometimes it's just time to move into game 2. Nikaract. Solid start. I'm getting excited for him because, like I say, I can see a way Nikaract gets out of this group. I think it'd be kind of exciting if he could, as he gets game number 1 in his favor. Nikaract up 1 against MaNa here for the moment. Hey, Siege412, thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime as well. I appreciate you. I'm going to get game 2 of this hosted in just a second and get back on track. Alright, it's going to be Ruby Rock. And this lobby will be set to go in a moment or two. Let's jump into Ruby Rock here, guys. Get this ready to begin. Alright. Jump into this in the top left-hand side. Our red Terran player with the 1-0 lead is going to be Nicoract. And he's going to be up against some aggression, I think. Well, I say aggression, but MaNa did this earlier, right? Where he pulls the double probe across the map early. That is what MaNa is doing right now. Get this set up for a couple of seconds. The double probe going to come across to try and harass Get this underway. A couple SCVs and the probes gonna nibble back and forth a little bit here. And that barracks coming through. SCV is gonna get a turnaround on the probe and knock that down as well. Just gonna be able to take that out as a starting point for the moment. And the other SCV coming back through for that probe as well. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Being done. Got some damage done early here. Get this started off in a decent, kind of reasonable place. Excited to see what we do from this point. That probe goes back and forth, take a couple seconds, obviously, and see where we go. Probe going to pull back over here. It's going to get a nibble from the SCV, and again, just some annoyance here. Reaper coming about, getting this set up for the moment. Oh, that's funny. The probe gets an SCV, but we end up killing both the probes. Not quite the most normal way for things to head out on setup for initially. It's going to be seeing that probe chasing the SCV still. Just going to bring that straight over. And the Zealot and the probe together will continue to move around here for just a few more moments. The SCV coming about. Again, the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about also. Take a few more moments on this and just going to be seeing that Zealot. Just going to hold up for the SCV for a second. And again, Stalker and the Warp Gate continue to build as well. Zealot going to try and get ready to go after the SCV then for just a couple moments. See what we can do. See what sets up. See what is about to happen is the Reaper gets a few shots off. The hits coming in, go back and forth. Again, that reactor coming up on the barracks already as well. Going to be a good point of interest to see how much bio comes out here and how quickly it all comes through in the next few moments. Reaper shooting. Stalker taking some shots. We go back and forth a little bit. Stalker's going to get rid of the SCVs. Just going to see that going down. A few other SCVs pulling down here. So the pressure from MaNa initially is going to do some work. There's going to be MaNa that gets to deal some early damage then as Nikaract tries to deal with this. The grenade actually is going to bring the Zealot back into reach of the SCVs and so, but not quite going to be the greatest scenario in the end as you are still going to see 4 SCVs going down. So that's going to be a disaster. How bad is this from Nikaract? I mean, he saves the Reaper. He's going to start killing the Stalkers. I mean, does he kill both? Oh, the Reaper. Oh, the Reaper get the shot. Oh my goodness, the Reaper actually was the one that got the shot to kill that Stalker in the end. Nice little connection. Just gets the grab. That gets taken out. We'll see this Reaper coming back around also for the moment. So Reaper getting back into the center of the map here, just currently. Bit of a shame for MaNa because, yeah, in the end that obviously turned out being the wrong call, trying to recall. As the Stalker tries to get after the Reaper for a couple moments. Cyclone coming through. Gateways in the Robo Facility coming up. The probe is still very much so in production at the moment as well. Gonna see this Reaper hanging around. Robo Facility in the gates. And continuing to play. Cyclone, a couple of Marines, now a Starport. And there's actually a good amount of units from Nikaract. 15 to 6 army supply. Battery not yet done from MaNa. Only has 3 Stalkers because he lost a bunch early. Especially with the Cyclone giving you some micro potential. I mean, this is actually a big deal. This first Stalker is so far out of position. Remember, there is not going to be an available battery just yet. It's only just now finishing. Hallucination goes down, so that's wasted energy on the Sentry as well. Not ideal at all as Nikaract gets a little grab there. Prism, Stalker, and the couple probes still coming through just for the moment. Marines, tank, SCVs continue to come around also. So just take a couple moments to sort that out. And yeah, the Marine Cyclone will back away. Stalkers now giving chase. Obviously no blink or anything. We do have the Prism, but the Prism needs to be close enough to save these Stalkers. We lose 2 of them anyway. We very rarely lose a third. I was going to say in danger of seeing the Prism locked onto as well. That would have been a disaster. As now we micro backwards and try and keep ourselves safe. Stalkers wasting the Cyclone lock-ons again. Ooh, that could have really been so nearly disastrous. Not quite in the end though. Just have the Banshee tank and Marines on production from Nikaract. SCVs are pulling. He believes, man, he's killed so many Stalkers early in this game. And his opponent doesn't have blink or anything. It's just a Prism, basically, to micro against him. So he's just going to bring the units and send it. Now, MaNa's going to counterattack, but I actually think this favors Nikaract, who's going to be in position more quickly. Now, MaNa sees it, so he actually knows this is happening. Nikaract knows he knows, so he's just going to go. Base trade mode. I mean, honestly, base trade might just be better straight up right now for MaNa. I mean, Nikaract sees it now. Multiple batteries coming in. MaNa could maybe look to do damage recall away and just hope that he does enough. And eventually get a defense. We're going to start pulling units to the high ground. Not sure what we've got defensively right now. Those extra batteries coming up would be ideal to deny before they get online. Because obviously fighting through all of that would kind of suck. Nikaract has to keep going. I don't think you have time to really stop here. Tank should just siege, you know? There is a tank in the back of this base, by the way, and the Stalkers aggressively for MaNa are not doing enough. But Nicoract's also not really doing much over here. Now all the batteries actually do finish. Nikaract, what are we doing in general right now? This is kind of ridiculous. Stalker gets blown up. The batteries are going to be such a saving grace, but MaNa also kind of butchered the fight on the other side where he did not do anywhere near as much as he could have done. Both these players felt like they were looking at the wrong place at the wrong time during this. That Banshee is going to survive. I like this for Nikaract still, because to me, he's still kind of on a very aggressive army comp against something that is very good otherwise, the Guardian Shield Prism. That Prism's giving off some aura, man. So can the sentry drop in? Stalker's going to press the front. I mean, tank's still here. Banshee as well. There's a lot of high damage output units. The Immortal needs a target fire down the siege tank immediately. It's not going to get it, so the tank stays alive. That's going to be GG's, and that is going to be that. And Nikaract is going to 2-0 MaNa here to round this one out. Alrighty, guys. So there we go. So we'll hop on over to NA. For a little bit of a change in the schedule. So, here's what's happening. So basically, the live matches, guys, have ended up being an entire best-of-3 ahead of the off-stream matches. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump live into Clem versus Rogue. Instead of 5 best-of-3s live today, we're going to get 6 best-of-3s live. We're going to do Clem Rogue now, because otherwise we're going to be waiting a whole best-of-3. So we are going to jump into that live. Get that ready to go. I do have to just run ads first, but yeah, we'll go into Clem Rogue here in a moment when everyone hops over. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, this worked out. So I made Clem Rogue wait like 30 seconds because they were about to start. I was like, that's not going to be good for us because we're going to have like a full best-of-3 downtime. So instead, we're now going to get this extra best-of-3 live. Basically, the schedule changes slightly for you guys. It's just the way it works out. The games on stream have just been faster than the games off stream, so we're just a little bit out of sync. So it just makes sense to kind of play this one separately. The players took some time to BRB, which is why they ended up being ready now instead of starting like 10 minutes ago. So yeah, because of that, it kind of works out. But it means we get into Clem versus Rogue. So a little bit of an unexpected earlier Clem than we were expecting, but that's okay. Ain't going to be nothing wrong with that. We're still going to see all the matches today, guys. That doesn't really change. Just the order will change slightly here, as this one now gets played here. Cool. Alright, just letting the Nicoract and NightMare know because they still have to play, and they're obviously now basically on a best-of-3 break when they weren't expecting to be, so just letting them know that that is the situation. Just letting everyone know that we're up to date here. We're going to kick off into this series of Rogue versus Clem. A banger, as they usually say. Clem in the bottom right is the blue Terran, Rogue in the upper left is our red Zerg. Like I say, a little bit off schedule just because of the way that things have ended up working out. But I just want to say at the start of this one, because believe it or not, this is a fun series and with some great players, I just want to take a moment to say, of course, if you're enjoying the content on the YouTube channel, you can take a moment to subscribe and like the YouTube video. It helps us out massively. YouTube.com/WardiTV. If you're not over there, if you're already on the stream, super easy. Scroll down, give us a like, give us a sub. It's easy to do. We are about 1,500 subscribers away from 50,000, guys. We're 1.5K away, so get that sub button clicked. Let's make a good, real shove towards that. maybe over the next couple of months, if we have a good couple of months on the stream, we can hit 50k, which would be incredible. So keep that coming, and the YouTube. We appreciate you guys if you do. And yeah, thank you so much for listening to that for a second or two as we're here in the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first major of the WardiTV 2026 series. This is Group A, and so far what we've seen today is Clem and Rogue. We saw both these guys beating MaNa 2-0, so that's why they are in the group. They're both 1-0, 2-0, and we'll see how they fare against each other now in this TBC. It was not MaNa's day, unfortunately, but sometimes it be like that as this Reaper shows up to dance with the Zerglings. And they will go back and forth to, like I say, just dance a little bit earlier. Creep pops out, and this Queen is going to protect this natural, like you guys can protect the future of StarCraft 2 by supporting us on Patreon. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools, such as this one. So if you want to be a queen overlooking a natural, you can be the Patreon supporter overlooking the tournament prize pools. Check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. We appreciate you guys and everyone supporting and allowing these events to happen. Again, right now this year, we are scheduled for $30,000 to $40,000 of StarCraft 2 content from WardiTV. That doesn't count the Monday Cups. When you include the Monday Cups, it's an additional 20k or something. So a crap ton of money this year going into it, and again, all I ask is you consider helping us to keep on doing that so we can make it more than just a this year kind of thing. The Patreon is the best place to specifically support the prize money of the tournament, so do, again, check that out, patreon.com/WardiTV. Just getting all the sellouts in at the start of this game, because this is the kind of game that ends up on a YouTube as a separate upload as well, so it's good to say these things initially and just get them in there while not much else is going on in the matchup. It is just going to be triple CC. It's going to be stim early, Hellions to take map control. That is going to be the way of things right now. Let's see how it pans out as the couple Hellions and the Reaper will gather around for a few moments. Stim pack coming up, a couple units moving around. Just going to see the refinery still dropping into place then for a couple seconds. Nothing super crazy, realistically. Just seeing where we can take things. Do I have replay packs from all tournaments? From all WardiTV tournaments? Yes. Anything, pretty much anything we cast on the stream, we do put out as replay packs in the Patreon page and so on. Honestly, there's not many tournaments that don't let us put replays out now, so I'd say something like 90% of anything you see on our stream goes into replay packs, available to subs, or they go up on Patreon as well. And you get access to all previous replay packs too. So if you subscribe this month, you can access all the previous posts with the previous replay packs as well. So they're all completely available. Typically, we upload the replay pack about once a month. Usually has 400-ish games, 400 to 500 games in. So a lot of different replays for you to check out. Stuff like the only exception is sometimes we cast stuff from like clean feeds and stuff where we just don't gather replays, or like if I get sent the replays from like the Chinese tournament last week, like I don't give those out because they don't go in my own replay folder. But from everything else that we cast on stream, everything else goes on the list. The list. Let's just see a couple medevacs, taking a second to load up. Yeah, ready to go, and believe it or not, go. And see where we take things here, as we just have the medevacs loading, the Hellions and the Reaper are going to be joining as well. Just going to be seeing the medevacs taking a few Marines on a journey. The Lings gathering together. Hellions and the Reaper looking for a way up over on the sides. Hellions morph into the Hellbats. Just going to bring those straight through, and there's going to be quite an aggressive push in from Clem initially, so a few Hellbats going to get to work here just to begin with. Just going to be seeing the few Marines still putting some work in, the Lings still taking some damage. You can see the Queens coming back the other way. SCVs and drones taking shots as well. A bit more being done. Marines still stimming up, trying to get a little bit more done at the moment. Because though we're probably getting to a closing point of this, though. That's going to get this attack turned around for the moment. A few Lings getting some counter damage done as well. Rogue finding a counter attack to at least put some pressure onto Clem early as well. Things will continue, try and punch through. You see the couple of SCVs obviously have taken some damage here, but not going to find much extra in with Clem having retreated away. not much more to really be done there anymore as the 1-1 upgrades, the drilling claws will come in about. Did I ever send out Wardy versus Easy AI replays? because I forgot to remove them from testing? Yeah, absolutely. I send out some. If I ladder, they usually end up in the freaking replay packs as well. I don't delete my ladder games. You guys get some Wardy ladder games in there if I have a ladder as well. Oh, if I ladder on my main account, I guess. Which usually is the one I ladder on if I ladder on stream. So, yeah. Sometimes I notice, and sometimes I delete them because I see them when I'm editing them and renaming them. But yeah, most of the time I just leave them in. It's easier, giving you guys truly full access. Going to be seeing the Lings running by again. Some slow Banes are going to show up. We're going to kill a bunch of SCVs. However, we're going to lose a hatchery here as Rogue. That's the 5th base. It's not the most terrible base to be losing out on, right? 4 bases is enough to kind of withstand, or kind of to stand up in this game and still be a part of this game for a while. So that's not the end of the world just yet. A few Marines still fighting through for those Queens. Doing some okay damage. 15 SCVs going down in total for Clem. He's down about 13 workers. Armor supply in his favor definitely feels good. Rogue trying to get the Bane speed 2-2. Also trying to start up the Infestation Pit to give him a little bit of life in this game as well. So, you see the Marines pulling back down the bottom. The tank is going to unsiege and pull back too. Just going to get back over here. Uh-oh. Burrowed Banelings, here we go. Kaboom! No, Rogue, please do it. No. Yeah! We did it. We hit them. Clem loses a bunch more Marines to the Burrowed Banelings. For a moment, he broke my heart because he didn't fire them. And then he did. And the Burrowed Banes get a connection to do some work. Gotta love that. As we are going to be seeing the few Marines still dropping on the top of the map there, trying to find their way to get some more damage done. The Lings trying to wrap around and threaten onto this position as well. And will it be enough still? I mean, I still feel like Clem has, well, equal army supply here. Those couple of Banelings getting damage done was nice, but was it good enough in the end? As the Marines and the tanks will continue to push through once again here. Just going to be seeing the Hydras, the Banes, the Lings coming up. 2-2 upgrades, Baneling speed, all coming about right now. The Marines step forward, the Queens take damage. You can see a couple of these Queens going down immediately. 2-3. Not great. I mean, we're still missing Bane speed. I feel like Rogue is just so behind in this game from the usual timings. I feel like that is the biggest issue that we're seeing right now. That just feels problematic. Those Banes actually now they get to connect. The Widowmine did not fire away there. As we are going to be seeing the Ling Bane closing the gap. The tank gone. Clem just loads up into the main base, and he will continue to jump around the mineral lines and just force pressure basically in different positions right now. So, doing as much as we can, as many places as we can. The rest of the Ling Hydra still stepping up. Just going to be seeing the hatchery going down. Broodlings pop through. We are going to see the Medivacs just retreating away. A couple of Widowmines going to get burrowed up as we do see the Overlords being cleaned out there as well. So they also get picked off. Widowmine does not get to go after those Zerglings. They just die to the Marines. You know, at first the 5th hatch going down was not the end of the world, especially when Rogue was doing damage himself, but I do not love seeing this 5th hatchery denied repeatedly. We're going to try and expand to a 5th on the top side of the map as well. But I do think there's something to be said right now about, realistically, in this game, there is, you know, a lack of the extra base that's kind of meant to kind of carry you through to the later stage of this game. That's where Rogue is not looking cozy at the moment. That's why he's not looking good. If he gets these bases up and gets running on them, then brilliant, but there's clearly an issue with that, especially as Clem now runs to the top. As the bottom left dies, the top side came up, and just as it comes up, bam, Clem is there to knock this down as well. So, gonna see that getting picked away at a couple of Widowmines. Gonna come through, and just gonna have... well, this is a disaster. You're not meant to let your mineral line blow up to the Widowmines at any point in time. That is definitely not ideal. That is definitely not great. It does kind of feel like Rogue is just continuing to be torn apart here, little by little. Every single thing that happens just seems to be a little stretched too far for him to really kind of recover on and to get back into play against. It's just been a difficult situation so far, and I just don't really see it getting any better for him. He's going to try and take a fight. I mean, he basically needs to win some massive fights, but then he needs to win them so convincingly because he does not have the money to rebuild, which is usually such a key factor of kind of the Zerg gameplay, rebuilding and going again. Not happening here. Clem 1, Rogue 0 as we start off this BO3 in Clem's favor. Alrighty guys, we'll take a couple of seconds here. We get this going. And we get ready to continue through with the rest of the matches. Did I host this one? I don't think so. I think they hosted. I don't know what the maps are, so give it a moment to get them to host about game 2. Get this ready to go. That's Rogue's server as well, so now he's gonna have to play Clem on Mothership on Clem's server. It's a big map for playing on Clem's server preference, so let's see if I can host this up before anyone else does. I hosted it with the wrong mod somehow. Classic. Try and host this one up again, guys. I hosted us with the trading tax mod that we use in the 2v2s. Alright, who is missing? Everyone's missing because they're in the wrong lobby. One moment then, get that sorted out, and get back on track here, guys. Thank you for joining us again for some Rogue Clem. After this, we'll go back onto schedule and go Nikaract versus Rogue, and then, Nikaract versus Rogue, Clem versus Nikaract, NightMare versus Nikaract. So after this, we basically get to see how Nikaract does in this group. And then we finish the day off with Rogue NightMare and NightMare Clem, of course. Rogue Clem was meant to be Series 9, it's now Series 5, so just a little bit of a blip on the scheduling there, but for, like I say, good reason, because it just means that we get to see things more easily. Alright, let's get us going, guys. We're pretty much set as Mothership loads in. Game number 2. I'm going to start in the top right corner of the map where we have the beautiful blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Clem, opening this series with a game win and looking to build on that here in a game 2 to make it a series win for a comfortable start in this group. Definitely feels like if he can take down Rogue, then he's heading in the right direction in these early stages. Rogue looking to get a win here then, so we know he won against MaNa, but everyone won against MaNa. MaNa's out. It's a 4-player race for 3 spots in the playoffs. We'll see. Losing to Clem's not terrible. As long as no one else upsets Clem, then it would kind of make it kind of a 3-way fight over 2 spots between Nikaract, NightMare, and Rogue, so then it really comes down to kind of what happens in amongst those games. So, yeah, that's kind of where things sit and settle for the moment. As we get up and running here, guys, and just see what Rogue and Clem have in store for us. Very exciting. Matchgasm pool coming up. Keep roasting, man. I'm not roasting, man. It's not a roast to kind of mention how someone did, you know? Like, we love MaNa. MaNa got 2nd place now. Points qualifier. Dude's good. Today was just not his day. You gotta be able to hear that as a pro player, otherwise you're not going to get very far. I ain't roasting someone to say what happened in the group we're still casting. Unbelievable. I was here earlier, now you're 2 hours late. Unbelievable, Psychons. You were here early. You're the first in the stream today. What happened? Here early, forgot to keep watching. It's tough out here, man. It's tough out here. We do have a couple of Queens and Lings all coming through. Command Center and the Marine and the SCV coming about. SCV does take a chance to wander around for a few moments. Taking a little bit of movement around. Things to be building up. Queens and Lings on the way. Just going to see that SCV get to the upper right-hand side. He's seeing the Reaper. It's going to come through. A couple of drones going to take some damage. Some shots coming about. Nothing super crazy just for now. Just going to see that Reaper again. Deflected around. Triple CC again from Clem is not too much of a surprise just for the moment. As that Queen is going to fight Reaper, take some shots. Again, link speed coming through. Queen on the way, hatchery building. A couple more drones building up as well right now. So Reaper pulls over to the side. We do have the starport coming up. Command's in the building, Hellions on the way. A few drones and the link speed continue to come by as well. We can get a lot of that on the go right now as the Lings step over. Queens are going to gather. It's going to be seen again, the Reaper hopping up to the high ground here to try and see what's going on. Just going to see the Lings still chasing after the Reaper. Grenade. Good to get rid of one of the Lings. And then there's Lings on the low ground that are trying to catch this Reaper as it shows up. It's kind of stuck. So the Queen... Oh, come on. The Reaper gets around. It doesn't die yet. Kills another Zergling. And I mean, it definitely goes down. He goes, there's still Lings on the low ground. Okay, we did kill it. I was actually getting concerned that this Reaper somehow made it out of here, but yeah, it gets a little bit more done now. You've got a couple Hellions running by. A few drones here would be amazing to get. We pull away. 2 drones already, going to be easily 3. And 4 is obviously reachable. Let's see what we can do as we put a lot of damage out. The damage is... Oh no! 8, 9, another Hellion. It's 10. I'm running out of fingers to count on. Thankfully, Clem is running out of Hellions to kill with, so we will... He's safe for the moment at least, but that's not good for Rogue. That's damage you're not meant to take. For 2 Hellions, 10 drones. I know, that's a no-go. Especially against someone like freaking Clem, who you just know is an absolute beast. You know he's an absolute monster. You know there is no wiggle room when you play against this guy. So, yeah, you do not get second chances when it comes to playing against Clem, and you're not going to find one here, I would imagine, as these Hellions pull back out into the middle of the map and rotate back around toward the bottom side of the map here. This was, unfortunately, really not it at all. Planes turn around, again, cloaking coming up, the Stimpak coming through, Banshee Marine coming around, engineering base and the barracks still building. Extra barracks building, the engineering base coming up, the Spire on its way through as well. Let's get to the bottom side. And we're going to try and play Ling Bane Muta, which obviously for the map makes a whole lot of sense. It's just the position that you're in as Rogue is not pretty at all, and it's not going to get prettier if these Banshees do work. There is going to be a spore, but the problem with Banshees is even when you're prepared for them, they can often still find damage, and I was going to say, usually the Banshees find even just a little bit is enough to kind of keep it going in a game like this, but that's only 2 drones, and we killed a Banshee, so hey, Rogue actually gets something done. Banshee, I'm going to get rid of a couple creep teamers here. Gonna see the extra meters coming through. The Hellions gonna get jumped on. Lings running over. Gonna see the Queens gonna go in after those Hellions as well. It's just backing away. The couple meters coming about. Still got the Lings on a journey at the moment. He is just pulling out of there. Like I say, at least getting rid of the Banshees gives you a little bit more freedom in this game. Means you didn't take too much more damage. What I don't love for Rogue is that this is such a heavy kind of reliance on the mutas. Like, Baneling speed has not been a priority here for him. So he's going to really rely on these mutas dealing damage, and he's not going to have Bane speed. So if an army gets across the map from Clem, it could be very scary for Rogue. But can Clem's army get across the map knowing that these mutas are coming? Because then if you kind of go across the map and you leave your base open to the mutas, that's you know, potential cause for concern as well. So there are a couple ways that this can work. Combat shield coming through. Medevacs and Marines building. Marines are stepping forward. The mutas gonna get after a few of those SCVs. 5 workers going down. The Marines getting after some mutalists. 6 workers going down currently. He goes into the main base where there's a few Marines once again. 6 workers killed. Not bad. I mean, it's a start at least for Rogue, which means that at least he can maybe jump between bases at the moment. Damage like this is only going to put you into a better position. I do not love him fighting the Marines. They're low HP, but then you lose so many mutas. hard to really speak well of that one, because that is just going to be painful. Straight up, no second kind of thoughts to it. That's just painful. It's a lot of damage taken on mutas that just could have survived, realistically. You know, like, they could have made it through to another part of this game, and obviously now they absolutely will not, but yeah. Well, 2-2 starting from Clem. That's one of the massive advantages he has as well. He'll be up in upgrades because obviously Rogue is, you know, playing so heavy into the mutas. He's going to be playing behind on the upgrades because he is really reliant on the Spire and so early and getting to that quickly. And so that's been what's happened. Team Marines will take his chance to stim forward initially here. Take a few steps toward the other side. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane is going to come through. The mutas are going to continue to give chase. This is going to be rough because Clem obviously is on a supply lead, an upgrade lead, pushing into the middle of the map, starting to clean out your creep spread. One of the things that is keeping you safe right now. What's up, DMadCat? How you doing? 38-month resub on the Prime. No more ads. Love you, Wardy. Thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream, the 2026 series. I went to Championship and everything else we're doing. Thank you so much. Buddha's going to get rid of the Banshee at least. Playing Muta, gathering up. 2-2 upgrades coming around as well, getting that settled in. Drill and Claw's about to finish, plus one vehicle plating coming through. The Lings are going to take a chance at the Widowmine and some SCVs. The Siege Tank goes down as well. I mean, the mutas have to basically counterattack. They're going to open the door for a few Lings. Like, you don't have any other way to play around this right now as Rogue. You can't take a straight up fight. You need to basically just create opportunities. I like that he's knocking down the depots, opening up pathways for other units to kind of get through on a follow-up run by, but even still, like, the Thor pops out, and the mutas aren't doing too well. Mutas getting caught on the exit as well, so a bunch of them going down. I just do not think Rogue is going to have this one under control right now. And this is going to be a little tough for Rogue then, unfortunately, in that scenario. As the Marines and company come through. How about gathering up their infestation pit? The Banelings all coming around. Plus one flyer attack still building into place. That gets a couple more shots off. We are going to be seeing the scan here once again as a few of these Marines push through. The creep team is continuing to get drops. It just is not looking good for Rogue at all. Again, hard to really paint this in any prettier of a picture right now. Like, this does not really get better for you at any point of this, at this current stage. Bane Muta just going to come rolling on through, looking for some opportunity. Widowmine gets a connection at least, gets a few of the Bane lanes, so clean up a little bit there. The mutas are going to get these units to lift off. The medevac's going to get hunted though. They have to just about make an escape for it, and they do. The Marines turn around trying to be involved as well, but genuinely kind of tough to see where we really go from. Like, this position in general just feels very difficult to maneuver. We're going to see a few more of these Marines coming about. Pushing forward right now. Some of these Banes going to get jumped on. Still got the 3-3 coming up as well. So 3-3 starting from Clem. He is 2-2 to 1-1 right now. So that's just going to be a countdown until an even bigger upgrade lead, right? Even more of an advantage that's coming into play. But a mine's going to go off. That's a massive mine. Wasn't even targeting those Banes. They just ran into where the mine was at. And Rogue, once again, he's going to try and force something of a counterattack, but just don't see him displacing this main position of Clem on the map, which right now is looking to be a little bit too good, quite frankly. Ling Muta rolling on up to the upper right-hand side is going to run on over there. And a couple of Widowmines that can maybe jump on. Again, Rogue just has to keep counterattacking. He has to win this on some sort of kind of backstab, or take an advantage in this game with some sort of backstab, because he's not winning it in the straight-up fight. And he obviously knows that. He's playing like that. So I do think he's doing the right things. It's just he needs a lot of these to kind of go right. Like, the problem right now is that Clem's army is on his side of the map too, so while the backstab is correct, Clem also is just going to say, well, I'm just going to stim into you unless you have an answer, and Rogue does not have an answer. There's not a Baneling on the map, guys. Not a single Baneling in sight, and that's, again, I'm going to say it simply, is not going to bode well for you. That's not going to get it done. It's not going to do what you need it to be. So, yeah, in that regard, it's a teeny tiny tad bit disastrous as the Banelings keep going down. We knock all those down. So as the Banelings come up, they die pretty much just as quickly. Here come the mutas returning home. Thors, if they hit into these mutas with the Marines being an upgrade ahead on the ground, should be fine. Clem is going to get the win over Rogue and is going to get the 2-0 here to continue his dominance of this Group A so far. I'm definitely moving in the right direction at the moment to advance in this Group A. Talked about at the start of the day, obviously Clem, one of those guys who we think is a favorite of a Winter Championship. Definitely one of the guys that maybe has the chance to kind of secure that kind of big seed. Clem has never won a Winter Championship. He actually won a Spring and Summer Championship before, but never the Winter one. So it has been a few years since we've had a Winter Championship, but yeah, it's one of the... I don't know how much he cares about WardiTV specific events alluding in, but in terms of the WardiTV storyline, maybe it's a sign, of course. Long way to go. This is just Group A, as we are going to take a moment to jump into our next matchup, guys. So we're going to get ready this up. It is going to be for us Nikaract versus Rogue. So we'll see how Nikaract Rogue goes for a bit more TVZ, and we'll get that ready. I completely forgot what the server should be for this. I think this is correct. Cool. And that's all. I'm actually going to go to a break screen for a couple of moments here, guys. I'll be right back with you in just a few. We'll come back and go into this Nicoract Rogue series in a moment. Welcome back, guys. Just joining the lobby for Nikaract and Rogue here. And we'll jump into this in a second. Beautiful. And the TVZ ready to go, go, go. Get this ready to start. Alright, jumping into Titus Citadel. Let's get this one underway. Let's jump into this TVZ. So, last live match of the day, guys. After this, we'll jump into the 4 replay matches I've been playing throughout the other games. So we kick this off and get this ready to go. And up, getting going, see what's going to happen. As we have Nikaract in the bottom right-hand side. In the top left, our blue Zerg is Rogue. He has NightMare left to play as well after this from our point of view. So we'll obviously see that a bit later on. It'll be our second last series of the day. So what's up, Cirrus SC2? Thank you so much for the 22-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. If you've got one of those Primes sitting around, guys, they go a long way to supporting the channel. They allow us to run a whole bunch more StarCraft 2. So prime us up if you've got one available. We'll put it into StarCraft events, obviously. And yeah, if you want to sub regularly as well, you can do that as well. Check that out. Definitely helps and allows us to do more StarCrafts, as you might expect. Pool going down. Hatch gas pool coming up. Get this on the way and see where Rogue Nikaract take us at the moment. Very exciting. So yeah, Nicoract obviously wins against MaNa. Everyone wins against MaNa, so Nicoract and Rogue come into this with Nicoract still having Clem to play. Obviously we know Rogue loses to Clem. Maps could be big as well, tiebreakers could be a factor, so that's something else we're kind of looking at as this already begins too, so yeah, a few things to look at here. Obviously, there is definitely a scenario where obviously three-way tiebreak could come into play between Rogue, Nikaract, and NightMare. If they all lose to Clem, if they all beat MaNa, which we know has already happened, then there could be like a 2-2 tiebreaker, in which case map score is big, so even if you're able to steal a map here as one of the players, that could be absolutely massive. 2-0 could go a long way in the favor of that player with a 2-0, because then you're giving yourself +2, and the other guy's getting -2 on their map score, which obviously puts you into a whole lot of trouble as well, so a few things to think on in terms of possibility. Lings, the Reaper, going to begin to dance here for a couple of moments as we come out and about. Lings will come back over, Reaper coming through. It's going to have ourselves the Ling speed coming about. Factory on the way, CC building up the SCV, reducing in as well at the moment. As a little grenade comes down just to hit that queen off to the sides. And just look to clean that up. So a bit of pressure as the Reaper steps away. Intrigued to see what Nikaract actually brings out in this matchup specifically right now in terms of what he brings to the table and what he does. Should be interesting. Reaper just moving about. Just going to be seeing the, again, a few drones on the Ling speed coming through. Queen on the way. Bring that online. And getting everything else up and running with this as well. So, just going to see the Queen's going to be there. Reaper again chucked out of there. And again, Starport will be done in just a few moments. We're going to shoot. Creep taking some damage. A few shots coming in. Ling's actually going to get catched out with that Ling speed. We have a Lair already on the way from Rogue. A Fusion Core already on the way from Nicoract. Because, yeah, we're already just going to turn this into a little bit of a funky game apparently. So away we go with a very fun start. Aliens pull back over to that right-hand side, so they're just going to get out of there for a moment or two. Like I say, that Fusion Core coming up and online very shortly, going to give us an idea of where things are going to. Yeah, BC opening. But against a fast Lair, if Rogue goes fast Spire, that's so good against the BCs, because it means that you have access to something that just straight up pushes the BCs away. So I actually kind of like the build in the very first few moments here for Rogue, to be honest. Like, this feels very good for him to begin with. Aliens gathering, just going to be seeing the Spire coming through, the few Lings coming up. Like I said, that Spire is a big factor. Having that available to go up against the BCs would be absolutely massive right now, so could be a factor. Again, the Spire and the Bayonets coming through, the drones building up, the Queen on the way. Just got that BC building as well, so bringing that straight through. Starport coming online. And yeah, the couple of refineries coming up as well. As the Hellions still building into place here. Baynest, Spire, all coming through. A couple of overlords and the Queen coming about. The Hellions get back to the middle of the map. Just going to get one Zerg on that watchtower initially. And yeah, the couple of overlords still building through as well. So bringing that up, getting that online. The double Starport for the double BC is wild. They just started building meters. Okay. The meters are not as good at shutting this down. Still obviously decent overall. See how this goes. The Lings run in, trying to fight off those Hellions. The Hellions doing very well initially. The Lings I mean, the bigger issue here might genuinely just be that we don't have a great answer right now to the Hellions, which are actually going to do very well at even just adding damage to the Queens. And if the BC stays away from the Spore, Rogue might actually just be dead from lack of information as to what the hell is going on. I mean, the mutas show up. Mutas gonna get rid of the BC. They do. The BC actually died. Does not feel great. We've got 2 more BCs on the way. Rogue lost 17 drones, man. Like, Rogue is just immediately in trouble here. Rogue is just not in a good position at all. Like, he's... I don't want to say he's dead, but, like, he's not feeling good. He is not feeling good in this. In the slight. I mean, this is not good at all. Rogue is in some trouble for sure right now as BCs continue up. The Hellions, the Yamato coming online as well, so continue to bring that through just for the moment we get that on the way. Well, this is, I mean, let's see what the mutas can do, because there's not a lot of anti-air for Nikaract. He doesn't even have an engineering bay yet, so he actually has no anti... Okay, he has 1 battlecruiser out. Oh no, so Rogue's actually going to do a ton of damage in return. Because 1 BC is going to take a while to clean up all those mutas. We're going to start building Corruptors against the BC. BC can't be everywhere, so we're going to get a bunch more SCVs on the natural as the BC defended the main. Oh, I love how stupid some of our games have been today, and this is going to be one of those times. As 20 SCVs have gone down in return, and Rogue's mutas are putting the work in to maybe save the day. He's still losing drones to Hellions, because apparently we have nothing on the ground still to play defense. A few Lings pop out and just run straight past the Hellions, because who needs to protect your drones? Okay, apparently these Lings do. They actually do turn around. Rogue 39 workers, Nikaract 21. It does feel like it's just about going in Rogue's favor, though. Obviously, double work count's pretty solid. And Corruptors coming up as a proper answer to BCs. So it's not like these BCs are going to be unkillable as well. As we get more Corruptors, the BCs are very, very attainable in terms of being killed off. However, the Hellions are still going on the other side of the map, man. And we only really have Queens nearby. 43 dead SCVs, by the way. So Nicoract's economy is still being ripped to shreds. As they're going to go turn onto the missile turret for a second or two. 49 dead SCVs. Here's do escape away. The Hellions still gathering up. Battlecruiser reducing as we go. So it's these battlecruisers versus the world, basically. Hey, we lost a lot of the mutas. 7 Corruptors is not a lot. We do have Yamatos, so 7 Corruptors against 4 BCs soon. That's going to be half the Corruptors dying before this even begins, basically. Rogue needs to try and not fight for as long as possible. The longer he waits, the more Corruptors he gets, the more realistic this is that it's actually going to turn out to be okay for him, I think is where it goes right now. I think that's pretty much just where it's going to go right now. 1 BC teleports across the map to support this. Because Nikaract, I think he knows he just has to go ASAP before there's more preparation here. What the BCs choose to Yamato is very important to note as well. But I think at this point, Rogue probably does just have too much. I don't think the BCs can Yamato enough. Because also, even if you Yamato half the Corruptors, there's enough spores to put the damage out. We will go out with a bang. The GG gets called as Nikaract delivers a punch of a punch of Yamatos into Rogue's face. It is going to be GG. That is going to go down, and that is going to be that for the moment. All right, GG's as we get ready for another game here in just a couple of moments. And host into a game number 2. Nikaract was hosting for us, so we'll get him to give us the invites into whatever this next map may be. So just take a second here, guys. We'll get resumed. Get back on track as well in a couple of moments. Old Republic gonna be our second map. Alright, let's jump in. Let's get this on the go. In the bottom left side, our red Terran player is going to be Nicoract, who takes on Rogue, who has the 1-0 lead. There's a point in this game where Rogue was in a terrible position, but he turns it around with the mutas. We get into game number 2. Alright, we're finally coming in. Nicoract coming up. We got that ready to go. Let's just settle down for a couple of moments here, guys. So just typing back to someone while we take a moment or two early, get this set up. So we're just taking a bit of a journey then, moving across. SCV patrolling, Ling speed, and a few Lings coming around. Queen's coming up. Command center of the factory coming about as well. Let's get that coming up and getting running. So the SCV comes through. And the Reaper just going to be fighting against those Lings as well. Just going to shoot. And there's going to see the couple Lings coming about. Going after the Reapers. Reaper coming, popping around, couple CCs coming up. Just going to have ourselves triple CC from Nikaract. Obviously, much more standard game from both players right at the get-go of this one. Reaper taking a few more shots. Queen dealing some damage. That Reaper taking a few more shots is going to go down in the corner in the end. We do have the lair and the drones building through as well. Let's get that on the way, guys. And yeah, lair coming up kind of early again from Rogue then. I mean, obviously he didn't really get to play his full plan last game. Definitely got a little bit disrupted in terms of how things got started out and everything. So let's see how it turns around. Battalions coming through. The Queen's going to be there. Battalions going about. Overlord just going to be there. Just going to be seeing a couple Queens. Just going to be hitting those Hellions. So Hellions taking some damage. And again, the single Zergling coming about. The Marines are going to be there, able to grab the Zergling as well. Just going to grab that already. A bit more damage in. And yeah, Spire, Baneling Nest, and drones and company coming through just initially. And we do have that Queen coming in by at the same time. Spire on that side coming into place right there. So have the Spire coming up, the drones are coming through, a lot of that coming straight into play. The Overseer and Queen continue to build into place right now. Halligan's still cruising around in the center of the map. Again, the Rocks take some damage. Marine Medevac coming through. And Stimpak still building. Have the Engineering Bays on as well. And the Hellion still moving about a little bit. Stimpak is kind of coming up too. And again, just going to be seeing the Lings continue to build. Spire on the way. Bane Speed coming through. And again, the Combat Shield coming online with the X-Marines in production. Siege Tank coming online as well. Continue to bring that up for the moment. Again, a few Hellions will sell. Then chilling out. And the extra units just unloading from these medevacs. Again, set back up for the moment as well. Stim through. The Bailey's go from the Hellions, which is fine. You clear up the kind of frontline tankiness, and then the Marines, without combat shields especially, are not going to be super tanky or able to stick around for super long at the moment, so kind of leaves you in an okay position. Lings run through, a couple of SCVs going down. Just going to be seeing the Marines coming about. Just going to be seeing the Lings coming back over. Mutas coming up. And we're going to have ourselves the attempt to move these Mutas into positions. They're just going to dive on these few Marines. The Lings tanking obviously does a lot to help you out here. And that's going to be a bunch of damage being taken right off the bat. Uh-oh, Nikaract. Does he just have nothing to really deal with this? He's coming through again. We're just coming up. Let's do flyer attack. Oh, sorry, +1 flyer attack coming in as well. 1-1 upgrades also in production there currently. It's going to be seen the Muta's going to turn back around the siege tank there and just going to pick that off, take that out. It's going to do a lot of cleaning up right now as the Mutas continue to put work in. This is not good for Nikaract because recovering from this is so difficult. Once the Mutas have control outside of your base, it's going to be very tough to really rectify. So this is becoming a real difficult scenario at the moment for Nikaract as Rogue. May just be poking himself through into a 2-0 here very quickly in this second game as well. Looking very good right now. Marines coming back over. The couple Banes going to get jumped on. They get taken out, so they will fall. We'll see the Mutas are going to dive in with the Lings to get rid of a missile turret there. The SCVs will keep dropping. 8 workers going down, make it 11, 12. Yeah, I mean, Nikaract has the upgrade advantage, but that's not going anywhere. And it's also not extending to 2-2 because he's so busy dealing with the damage he's taking right now as well. So that's also a factor, obviously, as 13 SCVs fall. It's just hard to see Nikaract kind of get in the fight. He needs to get back on track right now. Marine tank medevac pushing through. The Ling Bane, the melee upgrades continue to come about. It's going to be seeing the Marines and the medevac continue to come about. The Mutas looking for the chance to get to the medevacs there. Not quite going to make it just yet. Extra Marines coming through. Just going to see the missile turret gets jumped on. A couple of SCVs go down. It's going to be 7 workers already falling. Mutas still putting the work in. I mean, there's the counterattack. To be fair, I think it's fair for Rogue to be a little afraid of maybe committing onto that army. He's going to kill this orbital, so now all he has to do is not die at home. He can also afford to lose some bases. He has Bane speed. He's about to have melee upgrade. He already just finished the Carapace. That's big. Losing the Baneling nest could be a big deal, but man, he's going to swarm this army. He'll have to replace the Bane nest, but I just don't see anything of this surviving. The Mutas die for the tank. The Bane's actually going to catch a lot of unsplit units, quite frankly, and that's just going to be good enough to get it done. And that's going to be Rogue 2, Nicoract 0 here in the WardiTV Winter Championship to round out Series 6 of the day, and that's going to be our live matches rounded out and wrapped up already. So that's going to be... we actually kind of stormed through this group, guys. We're like 2.5 hours in and 6 best of 3s done. I guess we had a lot of 2-0s, right? I mean, it's been a pretty one-sided day in that regard. It's been a lot of 2-0s. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm just a little bit surprised myself, seeing that we're kind of so far through the group, and yeah, maybe not so far through in terms of hours, but that's all good. Coming up then, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the next couple of Nikaract matches. So Nikaract loses to Rogue. He goes 1-1, 2-2. So what we'll do next is we'll do Clem versus Nikaract. That we'll see where Clem ends up. We'll see if Nikaract, where he's at kind of after that as well. So we'll get a bit of an idea on that one. And yeah, we'll do Clem versus Nikaract, and after Clem versus Nikaract, we'll go into Nikaract versus NightMare. So we'll kind of know in the next couple of series where Nikaract stands, and we'll see if it is already kind of obvious if it's Clem, Rogue, and NightMare, maybe our favorites advancing, or maybe if there's some drama. So that's what we're going to do. I do need to take a moment just to set those next games up, guys. So what we will do for just a moment or so is we'll take a quick little break, and we will take a moment to have a look and see just how some of our players made it to play in this year's Winter Championships. We'll see you guys in just a few. More StarCraft 2 coming up. Like I say, more games on the way. Just a quick little break. We'll be right back. Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through. Classic aggressively going for it. Gets a Void Ray so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some Bio. Gonna greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not going to be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. He can't cherry-pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good Micro on the Prism. Saves the Colossus. That's massive. Bjorn's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. Bjorn sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP is coming down. High Templar yet to find a single storm of value. Forge just going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down. Will go down in a second, though, as Cure gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Fields. The Probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras. And you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Iowa army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zealot's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught with the Stalkers blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward. Beautiful stuff. That's how some of our players made it to the Winter Championship, of course, here this year. As we've obviously had the WardiTV point system in play, the Winter Cup qualified 4 players directly into the playoffs of the Winter Championship. Obviously, we're talking about groups today, but already in the playoffs are Classic, Bjorn, MaxPax, and Cure. So those 4 guys already in the playoffs. They will play third-place finishes from these groups. So whoever finishes third place today, we know will play one of Classic, Bjorn, MaxPax, or Cure. So that's already something we kind of know. Of course, that third place is absolutely up for grabs at the moment. We'll be seeing where exactly that goes to, what exactly happens in amongst all of this, as we get ready to go into a little bit more StarCraft. We're going to go into Clem versus Nikaract as TVP. This was the first match that each of these guys played on the day, so let's go in and see just what it looked like, see what they got up to, as we get ready to rumble. Let's do it. Let's get ourselves up into play. 10,000 feet coming through. Get this started. Clem versus Nikaract. It is obviously going to be TVP because Clem plays Protoss versus the Terran. So Nikaract will play the Terran and Clem will play the Protoss in this matchup as we start off down to the bottom right-hand side. It is going to be the red Terran player, Nikaract, to begin this BO3 series. Big match because obviously for Clem, you win this. You're 3-0. You're looking very good to top this group. You don't get a seeding advantage in terms of like skipping around for first place, but you will play someone who finishes second place in one of the other groups, which is obviously a pretty good position to be in. So it just guarantees you're going to skip out from, you know, maybe like a hero or so. There's definitely some better positions you can end up in if you are able to kind of get the win, obviously. So it's a big factor as we set up and go into this. We get this ready to begin. Chrono boosting on the Nexus from Clem. We do have ourselves Nicoract with 1 SCV onto the map. We'll see what comes of that cheeky little SCV as it moves to the other side. Gateway and the Assimilator both coming up, so we get that online, get that ready to go, and see just where things will take part over the next few moments. Yeah, Gateway coming up, Probe on the way, Engineering Bay is going to be the blockage, is going to be the idea right now from Nicoract. That's what he sets up for over on this side, so he's going to get that blocked up a little bit. A few probes nibbling at the Engineering Bay. Yo, what's up, Giant Orange? Thank you for the 4-month resub. Enjoy my rare non-prime sub. You're just that special. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for subbing us up. Scoring even without the prime. Thank you so much. As we actually do see the Cybercore is coming down. Obviously, this Engineering Bay gets cancelled, and Clem will be able to expand. Factory coming up on the side of Nikaract. So he's still one base in it, going into that factory. And he's still only on 1 gas, though, so he should be expanding soon. We'll see what the plan is. I have the reactor building on the barracks, the factory coming online, and that Nexus kind of trickling along at the moment as well. And yeah, warp gate building through. Nexus closing on being done. Gonna see the factory is going to be completed, and yeah, Tech Lab is coming up. The reactor gonna finish on the barracks in a few moments. We have got the command center coming down to the low ground here as well, so just gonna get that straight in position these next couple of moments and build that on location. Nothing super crazy just yet then. The warp gate and the adept both continue to come into play. And we will have a couple of Marines in the Cyclone coming out of the barracks at the moment as well, so just gonna get that going. Marine's going to fight. Adept already taking some damage. Again, the Twilight Council about halfway done. The Warp Gate halfway done. Cyclone and Marines are still very much so on the way through. The Command Center is halfway along there as well. So again, we get a bit of a look to see exactly what's going on with all of that. So we have a good idea of what's going on. And seeing as Adept once again is going to take a shade into the high ground just to try and see if there's anything else happening. Nothing too much just yet though. Just seeing the Cyclone actually does get the lock on. It's going to be really nice for Nikaract, so that's going to be an Adept going down. Second Adept will shade off to the right side. Say will live, but yeah, you obviously lost one Adept kind of early here as Clem. Not exactly ideal. This Adept is going to continue to make its way over to try and see what else we can get up to. Shading to the top of the map to see what else is going on. Robo facility, a couple gateways, a couple probes, the warp gate. All continue to come through. The Adept's going to shade forward again. The Cyclone does find its lock on to the Adept. Going to be able to take that down. There's going to be a few Marines in the Cyclone here. No battery available. No units available. Did Clem just die? I feel like Clem might have just died. There is nothing here. He's not going to run straight in with the probes. He wants to try and buy some time, but he loses the pylon. There goes the Stalker warp, and Nikaract is going to keep pushing through, and the probes are absolutely just going to be in trouble. There's one Stalker. This gateway now depowered. This Robo is going to be depowered, so that's not going to do anything. We scan to the high ground, which means we are going to catch and kill this only Stalker of Clem, and Nicoract is going to take out Clem in game number 1, just like that. Bam, bam. We have got Nikaract off to a flying start in this opening game. And that's kind of huge because you talk about kind of this group and where things are maybe going to go. We talk about potential kind of three-way tiebreakers. If you're the only guy to take a map of Clem, and not saying that that's the case, right? Not saying that that's the only way that this can happen, but if you take a map of Clem and the other guys do not, this immediately puts you at an advantage. So that's actually kind of a low-key big deal right away here as we get ready for this next map in a couple of moments. That's kind of a big deal, guys. Kind of a big deal for sure. All right, we'll get ready to go in just a couple seconds and get this back on track. Hopefully, game number 2. We're just waiting for a caster to jump out of the previous game and into this one. Get that ready to go. Light coming out. Take a second to get this on the way. Perfect. Fast first game, guys. No reason for ads or anything, so let's just jump directly into a game 2 of this BO3 and see if Clem bounces back or if Nikaract is going to catch Clem. A little slow to start again as well. I will say one thing. This is obviously the first match of these guys play today because we're going back to the start of the day replay-wise now. And there is always that factor that when Clem shows up for his first match, I always feel like he's a little bit shakier in that first match than he is once he's kind of warmed up a little bit. So maybe that first game, things could go a little bit wrong, a little bit haywire. Maybe Nikaract is onto something, though. He's our Red Terran, bottom right with the 1-0 lead. Nikaract, our Red Terran, taking on Team Liquid's Clem, former world champion, is now down a map in a little bit of an upsetting start to this group for him. I say start of the group. Like I say, this is the first match that these guys played. It's just not the first match we're going to see from each of them in the day. Because obviously we know Clem is already now 2-0, so he's looking good. Hey, a loss here could definitely mix it up a little bit for him as well, though. So that's still something that might kind of come around and take place. So we'll see what happens in that regard. Game number 2, setting us up here on Taito Citadel. Do you think typically Nikaract is going to try and play a pretty aggressive series? I think that's kind of something of a given, I suppose. I think that's something that we kind of just expect from him. When you're taking on someone like Clem, it kind of just comes naturally to maybe be a little bit aggressive like that, so... We'll see what he does go for from here, though. Cybercore, Nexus coming through. Reaper is going to move out onto the map. Bit of a journey outwards to start us off here. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just getting set up for a couple moments. As the Reaper again turned around. Just gonna see the Stork gonna step through there. Reaper will take a few more shots. Gonna end up getting pushed away. Orders coming online. Just gonna have the older command coming through with this, and we do have a couple Marines building. The Reaper coming across the map from Nicoract to try and see a little bit of what's going on. Try and get a little bit of information gathering early. So that Reaper comes across the map again. Blink on the warp gate coming through here initially, just getting settled for a moment or two. As do you have the Stalker in position to help push the Reaper back the other way. And Blink coming up, a couple gates coming online from Clem. Very standard from him, very typical kind of Clem as well, I think, at the end of the day, right? I think a lot of the time, you know, Clem likes to play pretty standard in this matchup. Like, he does not feel the need to necessarily be super crazy or anything like that a lot of the time, so... We'll see the Stalker and the Reaper a little bit. Reaper actually does end up going down as the Banshee tank, and the couple of Marines will continue up as well. There's just a little bit of going on there. The Banshee's still building up. The tank is on the way. We got the Prism and the Blink coming through as well, so that Twilight Council still putting some work in. Just for a couple moments as we continue to settle here. So yeah, Prism and the Blink coming online. The Banshee, the tank, and the Marines coming through. A few Marines pop out of the bunker. The Cyclone will come down this ramp. Just going to see that Blink finishing very shortly. So yeah, getting that Blink finished up. Prism is about to come through. A few Stalkers going to go and head out onto the map here in the Prism. We'll be taking that lead initially, so away we go, heading down to the bottom side, seeing what we can maybe get to happen in the next few moments. Cyclone locking on, the Marines pulling back, just going to be seeing the tank firing as well. Stalkers having to blink backwards here. Clem doing a good job of this as he catches this army and obviously tries to get a good trade for himself, if possible, early. Going to find some value right off the get-go, and there's a Cyclone locking on just for a little bit teeny extra damage. It's going to keep that Prism chased away. Marine tank, Cyclone, Banshee in the center. Nikaract definitely looking for this big aggressive shove forward here. Looking to see if we can find some success with this, and absolutely is raring to keep this one going as we push further through. A little bit of a Cyclone lock on once again. The Stalkers end up blinking back for a couple of moments. These other units are still pushing forward here just at the moment, and Clem's still just carrying nicely with these Stalkers. He's going to warp in 4 more, having those 4 gateways obviously helping you out numbers-wise. Correct. I mean, this is the moment where Clem, I think, is going to have to commit because he wants to get rid of the tanks quickly. 1 tank shot only fired. It's going to be more than good enough, and Clem plays cleanup and shuts down this entire army of Nicoract. Tie this up 1-on-1, just like that. Well then, guys, that's certainly one way for this series to go. Very quick in one direction, very quick in the other. And now we are going to find ourselves tied up 1-on-1, going to Old Republic for a map 3 of this series. So 3rd map coming up in just a few moments' time. So again, let's host it. They're ready to go in game in a couple of seconds. Alright, alright. We got that ready to go. Get that ready to go. Alright, we'll just give it about a minute here, guys, and kick this off, get this underway, get this ready to start out. Get this one rolling momentarily. And thanks for joining us, thanks for being here with us. Appreciate you guys hanging out and enjoying some games. Pretty much set to rumble, I think. Yeah, let's do it. Ads are playing, but they should clear up soon, and we can get into this game 3 tied up 1-1. Clem and Nikaract here in the WardiTV Winter Championship Group A. First day. Thanks for joining us, guys. We have about 1,700 viewers across Twitch and YouTube right now, which is amazing for the first group of our championship. Love to see it. Thank you so much for supporting us. Let's keep the games rolling. I say I appreciate you all. Let's kick this off. Let's get going. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start things with the red Terran player representing... Ooh, who's Nicoract on a team with? Ladder Legends, I think, is actually just his team right now. Maybe that's not quite the case. I'm so unsure. Maybe just teamless, actually. He had a Ladder Legends tag for a while, but maybe just teamless right now overall. Nikaract in the top right will take on someone we definitely do know the team of. In the bottom left, Team Liquid's Clem. As we get into game 1 of this best of 3. Just talking about teams, guys, just want to take a quick moment to mention, we've got a lot of people here. We did just announce the WardiTV Team League Season 10. If you've been missing some Team League action, Team League will return next month. So that is coming up. WardiTV Team League Season 10. Obviously not quite the same size or scale of something like the World Team League, but should still give you guys some fun Team League action. A mix of 1v1s and 2v2s. If you want to find out more about that on Twitch, you can ! Team League, and you can find out more there. And yeah, super excited to kind of dive into that with you guys and to enjoy a bunch of those games. Since when is Clem Protoss? For over a year now, he has been playing purely Protoss in the PvT matchup. So he does not play TvT, he plays Protoss versus Terran. So yeah, he's been doing this for well over a year at this point. Is it 2 years already? It's just 1 year, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1 year, but it's been like a year and 2 months or so since he officially played TvT outside of being like a random player. 2024 Home Story Cup final? Yeah, but it was like the December Home Story Cup, right? So, yeah, year and a couple months. Yeah, and a couple of months. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright, seeing where we go to. We'll see Reaper coming across the map to start us off. Follow this from Nicoract as he looks for some information gathering early. Get that on the way and see what we can do. It's going to be seeing the Adept Chrono Boost now. It's just going to bring that through as well. Get that on the go here. Going to bring that straight about for the moment. So just get that into position, get that into play, get this moving, see where things end up. Just going to have that commencement coming around as well. Get that on the go right now. I'm going to stalk from the Twilight Council coming through. That Warp Gate coming about. Just going to be seeing the Adept still shading over for a couple of seconds. The Adept moves around here and there. And the Twilight Council coming through. The Adept is going to shades. A few of them together looking for their opportunity to make their way across right now. It's just going to shade into the back of this natural. Blink still building on by. Yeah, a couple of Adepts will just be a bit of an annoyance from Clem initially, as he puts the Robo down to kind of blocks the Reaper. I'm not sure if that was really super intentional, but it does manage it, so intentional or not is going to be a factor. As the couple of Adepts finally getting caught by maybe a few too many units. Not much else to be done there for the moment, so that's going to kind of die out a little bit in terms of value being found. And yeah, Blink, Gates, Robo, all still coming up. Marines and Banshee coming online as well, still bringing that through as an extra Stalker gets warped in along with us. Little Reaper Grenade actually pops the Stalker back, going to be about that for the moment. We'll just have, again, the Cloaking coming up, Marine Tank Banshee, all being brought into play right now, so we bring a lot of that into action. Still got the extra gate, still got that Blink coming up, Prism coming online as well. And that Stalker just coming back for a couple moments. Do you see that Cloakchi coming up? And it's going to get active as we do have the Reaper going to try and fire some shots in. Stalker takes a bit of damage. Yeah, obviously Blink and the Prism both coming up, so we get that all coming through just for now. And go from there. Wonder if Clem's score against Terran actually got better now that he plays Protoss. 100% it did. Clem's TVT was always his weakest matchup, and it was always a very vulnerable matchup. It's a matchup that plays very against Clem's playstyle. When Clem started playing PVT, he did not lose PVT for a long time. And he maybe loses a little bit more now than he did originally. But, like, he was extremely good at PVT, and it was absolutely way more consistent than his TVT. 100%. I think it very quickly became apparent that this was absolutely no joke of a move when he was doing it, because he was winning a lot of the games, and he only got better, because once he started doing it, he was obviously committed, and then he full sent it, and then, yeah, he was very, very good from them. The Stalkers want to hop to the high ground, maybe, possibly. Marine Tank still settling down the bunker. Coming up as well. They got the Prism taking some damage. The Marine stepping through. A few more Marines stepping down this ramp at the moment, and we just have Nexus, the probes all coming about. Stim and the +1 coming online. Extra Stalkers warping in again underneath that Prism. And just have the Marine Tank gathering onto the natural. Couple SCVs coming through, the battery and the probes coming up. The Stalkers thinking about maybe a jump into this main base. And they go. Just going to see the siege tank getting jumped on immediately. So tank goes down. A few Marines getting picked off. A few of those going down as well. Stalkers able to get rid of the Banshee. And now these Stalkers continue to fight. The Marines still taking damage here as we pull back in. Nikaract trying to get this shutdown going. Obviously wants to try and stop Clem from dealing damage right now. Shut these Stalkers down, but it's not going brilliantly overall. He's taking a bit of damage, losing a few SCVs. Doesn't really have too much control of this situation, I feel like, at this current point. This is another Marauder here. I mean, he still has the bunker up. He pulls a few SCVs to repair, but it's just not necessary right now. Now we do get rid of the bunker, and now these Marines are going to keep on struggling. Without factory support, this is what kind of happens, right? You just don't have that kind of something, you know, something to kind of really hold down the position. And with 4 Stalkers at a time, it becomes very scary. Like, when Stim finishes, this becomes a whole lot easier, of course, for Nikaract, but, you know, you kind of need, you know, first of all, you need Stim to finish for that to kind of be a factor, and that's not done until just about now. So all of this damage taken, Clem is up 9 workers. He feels very confident on the map as well. Obviously, he's going to have the Prism that's going to linger around and try and push for a couple of plays in the next few moments, too. And the +1 on the charge and the extra gateway is still coming up. Prism ready to unload in this main base shortly, perhaps as the Marine Marauder comes back over. Repositioning here to try and get a little extra out of this. So just trying to make sure nothing too extra happens these next couple of moments. And then Robo Bay, charge +1. All of that coming through as well. So again, we get a lot of those upgrades coming up. Concussive Shells building too. A few Stalkers into the high ground. The benefit of this is you have the Prism that can just get out of there. Prism did take some damage, so it's a little scary for Clem, but overall it's fine. And the Bio Army collecting. He's actually going to pull the SCVs. The boys are being put into business. They're going to get put to work as the Bio Army comes over. The Observer lingering overhead. A couple Marines beginning to go down. Stalkers keep pulling out of there. 1 Stalker gets killed. The Zealots, the Robo Bay, the +1 coming through. Prism goes down as well, so that's also going to be an additional factor as a couple Stalkers keep on shooting back. A bit more being done for the moment. Big Biostim forward. These Stalkers still have to blink out of here. A couple of these Stalkers still going down. The SCV still pulling through. An additional round of Zealots warping in right now. Going to see 1 more Stalker going down. The Zealots have that charge. We're going to blink to get rid of the siege tanks. Clem always aggressive with these blinks onto the tanks, which in this case makes so much sense. So many SCVs in the background showed up late to this party. And Clem now targeting down Medivac. He's going to have a defense, he's going to have a hold, and he recovers from the 1-0 deficit pretty aptly. Clem recovering to a 2-1 victory, and he is going to see himself victorious in this BO3. So Clem gets himself through to the victory screen, and he's going to find himself, what now, 3-0 in this group. NightMare as the last match of the day might not actually be as exciting as originally seemed. 3-0. Well, Nightmares 1-0. We've got a lot of Nightmare games. I guess all of Nightmare's games to watch next, right? The remaining 3 matchups. So we're going to see a lot of what Nightmare's looking like in these next couple of games. As he will play against Nikaract initially. So we'll go Nightmare versus Nikaract at first. Then we'll go Nightmare versus Rogue. And then we'll go Nightmare versus Clem as our match order to round out this Group A of the WardiTV Winter Championship. Again, we'll be having Group B tomorrow, then Group C and D will be next week, with the playoffs, I believe, the week after that, although on the top of my head now, I'm actually not sure where they are, but they're at some point. Playoffs are definitely not next week. No, playoffs are definitely not next week, so, yeah. When are the playoffs? In March, right? Yeah. Group C and D next week, playoffs the week after. Yes. It's, this tournament takes place over 3 weeks. It does make a lot more sense in terms of what I was just thinking on. Always good when it makes sense, guys. Can't complain at things that make sense. So, alrighty. Invite a couple more people in, and we'll get ready to go into, like I say, Nicoract Nightmare. Oh, I should run ads first. Let's do the ads, and then we can go. I don't think you ever seen Clem build Stargaze Protoss. He does. He builds Stargate, just rarely, because he really does prefer the Blink. Kind of similar to most Protoss players who just, like, play Blink 99% of the time. Not 99, but 90% of the time they play Blink anyway, so. I think Clem, especially when he's kind of a favorite as well, though, in the PvT, just why open yourself to some of the weirder kind of Stargate things when you could just go Blink and be more dominant, right? It's definitely a bit of a factor for sure. A bit of a factor as we count down and get ready to go. Blink is just so stable. Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to phrase it, right? Stargate's a very fragile build order a lot of the time, especially when people open Marines and Cyclones. Against like a Widowmine drop, banking Phoenix can be really good, but you're much more so rolling the dice than if you just play Blink, which super, naturally gets you into a super good position a lot of the time, right? So, yeah, there's definitely just a factor to think on there, I think, a lot of the time, so. Alright, let's jump into this next game, which is going to be game number 1 of Nikaract versus NightMare, guys. So, Nikaract versus NightMare. After Nikaract NightMare, we will have ourselves Rogue versus NightMare and NightMare versus Clem. So, that's what's still to come. Nikaract 1 and 2, this is going to be his last series. Realistically, for Nikaract, losing this puts him in a very rough position, because then, well, yeah, losing this for Nikaract actually just eliminates him, because then NightMare would be 2-0, Rogue has 2 wins, so there's just no hope. So Nikaract is in a must-win series right now to advance out of this group. So that makes sense with how close everything else has been. Let's get this on the go, guys. Let's see what happens as we kick off into the bottom right-hand side. The red Terran player here is Nikaract. He is going into this in, like I say, a must-win matchup right now. Taking on the blue Protoss. In the top left, it is going to be NightMare. Get this set up and underway. See what's going to happen as we have a Nexus coming down on the natural just to start us off. NightMare going to be a starting point for us here. Get that ready to go. You can see the static core dropping into place. Probe throws down a pylon. Just gonna trick that into position there. Just gonna be having the side core on the Nexus coming through, so we get set for a couple of moments here initially. We get building up. Let's see where we're gonna go. Why does the bracket say Clem versus NightMare? The Clem bracket does say Clem versus NightMare, because that will be our last series of the day. It also says NightMare versus Nikaract, so yeah. You're not wrong, but you're also not reading the full thing, I guess. It's a round robin group, so everyone plays everyone. Step in the warp gate coming online, get that set up initially. We've seen the Reaper poking, the Adept coming about a little bit as well. Just gonna see the warp gate coming around. Take a few moments of settling down. The Adept gonna try and hold at the front for a little bit as well, nothing too crazy there. Just settling ourselves into this for a couple of moments. Hellions, Starport, and company all coming up. Again, a lot of that on the way in right off the bat here. A couple of gateways coming around, so again, we get that up and running. And yeah, Warp Gate, Stalker, a couple of gates, all that coming through. Nice little position to get us started off here in the first few moments. The Reaper going to go back and forth as the Adept shades over for a couple moments as well. Reaper comes back through that just for a little bit of time. Again, a couple of gates, a couple of probes, the Warp Gate all building up and getting into position. Hellions will come into play. Again, the Banshee and a couple of SCVs coming about. We actually are going to see a couple of Hellions on the map from Nicoract, see what he can do early. 4 Hellions. And NightMare has that forward gateway, so he's looking to apply some gate pressure. No tech structure from him just yet, which is going to be interesting, especially if he has units on the map and these Hellions get across. Maybe there'd be a lack of defense. In this case, I think, well, Nikaract, you can see, is just pulling back to clean this up. It's not being bad. 2 Adepts go down early, so that's just -2 units that can be aggressive into you, and especially when it feels like NightMare wants to be aggressive into you, that works well. Now the Hellions do go across the map. The Adepts on their own should not achieve too much here. Banshee going to pop soon, so we have a way to clean this up. SCVs pull. Sentry is a slow warp in right now. We should just run to the main base, I think. Oh, there's a Sentry on the Natra on the... Oh. He should have just ran to the main, I think, is always a good idea here. Maybe if you run up the ramp initially, the force field actually goes down and blocks you, but the moment the force field hit the low ground, I think he should have just ran up to the main. You're going to run up to the main base now, might actually still have opportunity to do some good damage. Since we do have the couple of more extra stalkers. Okay, there's a battery in the main. With 4 Hellions in the main base, the battery doesn't matter that much, which is, I'm kind of thinking if you just go straight away, it might not be too impactful. Fun one to think on. As the Banshee comes up, cloaking still building. And a few probes get back to business. Just going to see a few stalkers and the sentries coming over. The Banshee shows up, going to pick away at a couple of the low HP probes from before, so the Hellions setting up for some easier kills, although with the battery in reach, it is going to mean that we can still do a lot. However, Nikaract has pretty much completely shut down the aggression that was coming towards him otherwise, so that part is going to be fantastic. So that part is only going to help you. As battery actually has to recharge here, because right now the sentry is going down. There's no robo facility, so we actually just do not have detection. So as long as this Banshee has energy, it's just going to kill things. And now a second Banshee shows up, and now things are really going to die. And NightMare is going to take a ton of damage here. 3-4 workers. I mean, we could kill Stalkers. I don't know if we necessarily need to kill Stalkers. This game position of NightMare is becoming pretty miserable pretty quickly, to be honest. 7 probes going down. The Stalker's still coming back over, chasing once again. Then coming through. The attack upgrade coming up. Just going to see our Nexus and a couple extra probes coming about. The barracks still building online. Again, Marine Tank Medevac coming through. Attack upgrade building. Push around the left side, Marine Tank coming up. Nexus is going to be on its way in, but that's pretty nice for Nikaract, just catching NightMare out of position. Not that there's many units for NightMare to be in position with. I don't think NightMare having an army here would change anything. He has Blink. Oh, the Stalkers need to be very, very concise about what they decide to do here. They eat 3 tank shots before they do anything, and they blink away. Banshee's run die is going to give you a chance to play cleanup. Oh, we lose the vision, so that one Banshee lives. Nexus just dies, man. Nikaract has put himself off into a good start of this best of 3. That's massive for him. At the moment, you're going to see the scan. The Observer will be in a little bit of trouble there, taking some shots. So you've seen the tank shot again, hitting the Stalkers once more. Pylon will be taken out, so the Pylon goes down. Marines, the Banshees, the tank gathering together. Charging the Stalker still coming through. Just have the Observer overhead keeping an eye on things. As the Marines and the tanks move through once again here. So, setting up, we do see a couple of additional Warping and Zealots. The Bio Army still collecting together. Medevacs nearby. Everything else joining back through. As the attack upgrade is going to be finishing shortly. And with Stim on the way, I imagine that's going to be what we wait on to truly just end this game. Because Nikaract is in an amazing spot, and it's going to be hard. I mean, I guess Storm is probably the one way you maybe do pull this back. Some amazing Storms, you catch your opponent out of position in some bad fights. You're always going to say that there's potentially an opportunity there, right? So it's probably where we kind of just sit at the moment and try and figure this out. As you see a couple of Zealots will charge in. I mean, this part of the army will go down. They already traded very well. Honestly, not super worried about that at the moment. As you see the Bio Army collecting together, the Medevacs coming through. You see that factory lifting off, going to move over to the side as well. The barracks also coming in right there, so again, just repositioning for a couple of seconds. I mean, this Bio Army pushing. Stim's about to be done. I do not see a defense for NightMare. He's down 30 army supply. He's got basic Zealot Stalker. Storm just started. There's almost no chance there, honestly. I think it's fair to say this one is looking pretty dismal, as we are going to see the Zealots try and charge through, taking some big damage. Yeah. I think this one is a G to the G, guys. And Nikaract is going to open this TVP with a map advantage. So, our underdog of this group, Nikaract, is going to go and himself a map away from a win. A win would be massive for Nikaract. I mean, obviously, lose this series and you're out. We already discussed that, but winning this series for Nikaract puts him in a very realistic, especially because he took a map off Clem, right? Because he took a map off Clem, his map score is going to be pretty good as well. So Nikaract wins this. There's a very definite chance that he could come through this. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens then as we go game 2. In just a moment here. Get this kicking off in a second. Get this underway. Just give me a moment to get this hosted for you guys. Everyone's here. Then we can click start for game number 2 of Nikaract versus NightMare. Man, that was not the game you wanted to play, really. I mean, obviously, NightMare was trying to get aggressive. The Hellions really shut him down, killed his Adepts. And Nikaract was there to take advantage of the Cloak Banshees after as well. As we go into Game 2 of this BO3 in the top left with a 1-0 lead, it is Nikaract. A 1-0 advantage to our Red Terran. Upset potential? Question mark. We shall see very soon. In the bottom right, our Blue Protoss will be NightMare. Probe across the map to start us off initially. Making a little move. Probe going to nibble at the SCV for a little while. Get some damage out. Hold a moment. Couple of refineries in the barracks on the way in. Let's see if he's going to shoot at the probe. Damage being done. Just going to have the barracks coming about. Again, gateway and the probe coming through for a couple of moments here. Yeah, barracks in the SCV. We'll build by for a couple of moments. Get everything set up. Put that into play. What happens if Nikaract 2-0's NightMare? Does that just always get him through this group? I'm not sure if that's good enough map score-wise. I think it would be, though. Taking the map off Clem, and then also a 2-0 against one of the guys you're likely going to be tiebreak with. I think 2-0 almost always puts you through the group. That would put a lot of pressure on the Rogue versus NightMare series. Now, this group is Getting a little bit crazy, actually. A little bit of a wild result or two getting mixed into play here today. So we obviously don't have many matches left. Like I say, it's been a pretty fast group. 10 best of 3s. Sometimes these days go like 6 hours or so. Right now we're 3 hours and 15 in. It's not been a super crazy one yet, but I guess 2 best of 3s left after. So we're looking at 4.5 hours. Depends how long the next couple best of 3s are still. As the Reaper comes up, Twilight Council building, battery on the way. Just going to see the Adept is shading up towards the top. And a couple Marines in the starport coming through. The Tech Lab coming about. Just going to see that Reaper already hitting at this probe, and that probe is going to go down. So we're going to get a kill right there to begin with. Is Clem still playing later? Yes, the last match of the day will be Clem versus NightMare. He has 1 match left, so Clem versus NightMare will be... So after this, so it'll be Nikaract NightMare, NightMare versus Rogue, Clem versus NightMare. That is the order of the matches that remain today. Reaper trying to chase. Adept runs back for a couple moments as well. Just going to see the Reaper actually get a chance to jump in over here and go after a couple of these probes. Going to get 1 kill pretty quick. Pull back for a few moments as well. As the Reaper continues to maneuver around for a couple seconds. Again, Blink building by, that warp gate coming online. Bringing a lot of this up and running as we speak. And get this on the way for the moment. Get this all about. The Adept can go, Cyclones are going to go after the Adept for a moment or two as well. It's just going to go straight on for that. For now, get that underway. See where we get to. Brings the Viking gathering up. Blink is halfway done from NightMare. Cyclone going to get a catch on the Adepts peeling out over to the left-hand side. He's going to be able to make a little bit of a play here over to that side initially. Stork's going to shoot through. The Marine's going to take some damage. A couple of those Marines taking shots already. Because you have the Viking, the tank going down. Cyclone going to step over. The Medevac is going to be there. Dropping the tank on top of these Stalkers. These Stalkers are in trouble. They're going to go for the Medevac, and they will not get it because it can pull away against just the single Medevac Stalker that remains, which goes down as well, by the way. NightMare, once again, has lost a lot of units early. He does have a battery, but that one single pylon is very exposed. Oh, Cyclone takes some big shots. We scan for the vision. Now the scan's going to allow you to guarantee the Stalker goes down. 2 more Stalkers go down. Uh-oh, NightMare's got 4 army supply. It's an Immortal in production, and that is it. This pylon is a prime target. We're going to pull the probes. The battery will try and heal it up. If we just commit to killing this pylon, the Robo will never see the Immortal. And then this Viking and the tank will do work. I mean, we did just kill the Medevac at least. A saving grace, perhaps? A saving grace, perhaps, for NightMare. But I don't know if it's saving you that heavily, because this army right now is putting work in. And Nikaract is maybe about to do enough to get him through to the playoffs of the Winter Championship. Tank firing, pylon taking damage. Stalker is going to pull back right there. We are going to see this pylon still in trouble. They're taking a few more shots. A bit more being done at the moment. GG. Nikaract is going to get the 2-0 over NightMare. What an absolute shocker that is. You know what, though? I mean, okay. It's a shocker, but at the same time, I was saying at the start of the day, I thought this is actually a fun group for Nikaract, where he could probably come in and be a danger in this group against a bunch of Protoss players, and now you 2-0 MaNa, you 2-0 NightMare, you go 1-2 against Clem, you obviously get 2-0'd by Rogue. The 2-0 against Rogue is bad, but overall, this is going to net you what, like a 5-4 map score? 2-0, 2-0, 0-2, 4-2... Yeah, 5-4 map score. +1 on a 2-2 is pretty good to get through a group, man. That's pretty good for getting through a group. Where that leaves us, guys, is obviously we are going to be heading into our next matchup shortly here, but it's going to be, for us, it's going to be Rogue against NightMare, but that actually makes Rogue NightMare very, very scary. Because that actually 100% means that this match coming up is, potentially elimination. Alright, let's have a peek at this. Let's get this ready to go. This group just got kind of crazy. This group just got kind of a little bit crazier. Alright, we'll run some ads and we'll get ready for Rogue against NightMare. And like I say, this is now more important than before. I mean, it was kind of going to be always important anyways, but like, you know, there was a good chance Rogue and NightMare were going to scrap over 2nd and 3rd place. Now this might be a scrap to kind of stay in the I mean, it's almost definitely a scrap to stay in the contest as NightMare. He's 1-1. If he loses this, he's got Clem left to play. So unless he pulls the upset against Clem, which is not impossible, just this group looks so different now. Nikaract 2-2. Oh, this is actually yeah, really sick. All right, let's see what happens. Rogue. So Rogue is 2-1. A win for Rogue gets him through the group guaranteed. A loss for NightMare eliminates him. No matter what the score is, if NightMare loses, he can't possibly advance because even if he 2-0s Clem, he would be equal map score with Nikaract. And if he loses this series and then he 2-0s Clem, yeah, if he loses this, he's out because he just loses the tiebreaker to Nikaract, and he would be behind on Rogue all the time. So NightMare is in a must-win series here to stay alive in Group A. Lose this and you're out. We'll see what happens in this series, and once we see what happens here, we'll let you guys know what the situation is on the NightMare versus Clem match at the end of the day and what certain results mean there. But that's where things are at. Nikaract is not guaranteed through, because if NightMare wins out and Rogue takes a map, yeah, if Rogue takes a map, and NightMare wins against Rogue and against Clem, then Nikaract can still be eliminated. So Nikaract is not guaranteed to be through either. This group is absolutely still up in the air right now and up for grabs. So let's see what Rogue and NightMare give us, because this is going to tell us a lot about what happens and what the stage is set for in the remaining games. So let's get this going. 10,000 feet. And we go in game in just a second for Rogue against NightMare. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Get into game 1 of this BO3 with NightMare, our red Protoss, on the other side of the battlefield. We get this up and ready to go to start us off. Big game, as we've just been talking about. I'll just take a moment to obviously say as well, though, guys, if you're enjoying the stream and you're on the YouTube, do consider hitting the like and the subscribe button. Gotta say it a lot, because the more you say it, the more it happens. So do consider liking and subscribing to the YouTube. We appreciate it if you do. And like I say, appreciate you guys if you support in that way. It's always appreciated. Helps us out a whole bunch, as we have the gateway and the probe coming up and getting ready. So we get started here for a couple moments, get underway, see where we're going, see what's going to happen. Take a couple seconds, take a deep breath, figure out what the plan is. Probe does block the hatchery initially, forces that over to the side. So hatchery goes onto the third base location initially, not obviously super uncommon for the matchup. Probe coming about is going to go nibbling for a couple seconds here. You've seen the next in the cyber core coming through. The early game is going to be kind of what you expect the early game to be in PvZ, which is kind of peaceful. Sometimes Rogue will make it interesting, but yeah, for now, pretty peaceful first few moments on this as we get set up and rumbling. The hatch gas pool all coming online, bringing all of that over, getting set up here. Say in these early few moments. So everything coming online, getting underway for the moment. Probe steals a couple of minerals, a couple of drones still continuing through as well. Step still building out, Nexus and the probe producing. You have the Overlord at the front, going to be moving about a little bit as well. Adept Corona boosted on the gateway. So yeah, a lot of these little bits and pieces just coming through for now, getting this set up and seeing where things are going to end up for us very shortly. Speed building, again the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online, there's the Stargate. Just see the probe still retreating back to the upper left hand side, the feelings gather up. Yeah, I'm going to see a bit of creep thrown down here as well. Yeah, things coming about. Queen on the way. Just gonna see the Adept continuing to shade. Hey, what's up, Roboken? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a couple of depths are going to threaten a shade in here. And we're looking to try and do early damage, but the units are there. Defense is good initially. Oracle in the way. We'll see if Rogue can continue the defense nice and cleanly in the early stages as we get this set off. Queen chasing, depths move around. Ling's are going to think about maybe running up over here for a second or two. Looked like that might have been a possibility. Ling's going to run down now, and the Adept gets picked away at. And yeah, the Ling's just going to get back up to the top. But there's the Oracle coming over here from NightMare, so he will look for a chance to try and find something in the next few moments. There is the Nexus coming down from NightMare at the same time. So just going to throw this third into position. That's what the Lings are looking to threaten. The Oracle pulled back to deal with this, so well played by NightMare. Puts himself in the right place at the right time to deal with this. As yo, Vara, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 74-month resub. Appreciate the big resub. You're doing great. 40 Hypers right back at you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Twilight Council building up. The Nexus and a couple of probes coming through. Spellcrawler, drones, and the Queen continue to produce by at the moment as well. 6 extra drones coming in. And the Queen's is going to be seeing the Oracle getting pushed around a little bit as well. Just watching on YouTube from the beginning, so going to shadow lurk over here. Hell yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, mate. Appreciate using the Prime, like I say. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Couple Queens! I was going to say I'm going to have a good chance to get a lot of damage onto that Oracle, but it does slip away from here, so we're out of there alive. Fortunately, the Robo Facility coming up, man. This is very much so a vanilla kind of PvZ. There is not a lot going on outside of the expected so far, to be honest. I'll get another Creep Teamer or so. And even just dealing damage is not coming at kind of, a quick rate. Rogue is not one of the better plays at kind of keeping units alive against this early game harass. But he's only lost a couple drones so far, so it's not been a bad start for Rogue at all just yet. Queens will be there. Oracle taking damage. And again, the Ling just patrolling back and forth for the moment or two. The Oracles will gather together and begin to make their move. Away they go on a bit of a journey to... I mean, both of them low, so they're going to have to be kind of careful. And if they want to keep poking around, 2 Queens onto them quickly can do a lot of damage very swiftly. As you do see the Lings looking for a chance, but with the battery up, it feels unlikely that this is going to have much of a chance of finding anything. And that does indeed seem to be the case. Robo Bay and Facility both on the way up, by the way, so bringing both the Robos online. A couple of Oracles still moving about, seeing what can be done. Again, Prism on the way. The Blink and the +1 coming through. You can see what Rogue's doing as well. Infestation Pit and a Hydra Den. It's kind of a bit of an idea of moving into a bit of a later game setup. Some Hydras, maybe some Lurkers. It's kind of stepping towards that quickly with the double Robo. We'll see what we build from NightMare. It's going to be Colossus, so yeah, he's going to go straight to the Colossus play himself. Also kind of a fun way to kind of go about this, so we'll see how the Colossus go. We've got a lot of Lings currently making their way right up to the top of the map, so they're going to come across. And I was going to say, they could threaten to jump onto the Stalkers and the Adepts, although they will not just yet. Double Infestation Pit is a mistake from Rogue. He finished one. Does he realize that he finished one and that he has just started building the other? Seems like no, which is just a shame because it's obviously resources wasted. Okay, he starts the Hive now. Now you start the Hive, do you realize that you build a second one? It still seems like the answer is no, so some resources wasted from Rogue. At least it doesn't delay the Hive waiting for the second to finish, so there's something that's okay about it, but no. 2 Infestation Pits. Not necessary, guys. Hate to break it to you Zergies out there. You thought you're breaking the meta. You just don't need them. As more Stalkers warp in, and the Stasis Wards will set us up to try and apply a bit of pressure through this forward position. The Creep Tumors continue to come down. We do see on the left-hand side a bunch of Lings. Going to look through for the counterattacks. They're going to move straight to the other side. The Oracles and the Colossus gathering together still. Ling's not going to really find an opening, which I feel like Rogue needs at the moment, because I'm a little afraid of this army. Rogue has Ling Hydra basically right now to play defense. Funnily enough, Spores are like some of the better things he actually has to try and hold things off right now, so But if that's how, if that's what we're reliant on, I'm not going to go ahead and say that I love the situation, right? Like, it does not look super great. It's a little bit grim. As these Stalkers just push up, this base is just taking an absolute beating, and it is going to just fall. So base goes down super easily. I mean, that's already a big win for NightMare here, who now steps back. The Ling's looking to come in from the other side. Extra Stalkers warping through. Colossus will be gathering. A bunch of those Lings going down. The extra Stalkers warping in as well. Queens continue to be chased away as a couple of creep teamers being dropped. Roach Roarin is now in some trouble. It's going to get picked away at as well, so it will go down. As yeah, this feels as though we're probably just going to have... I mean, do we just win this game from this? These two Colossus are laser beaming through Hydras, man. Hydras are not getting close enough. Now the Colossus took a bit of damage. Look, then it's just not ready yet. Oh, these Colossus are doing so much. Stalkers are putting the work in. We might lose one Colossus, we do. That's kind of big, but probably also too late for it to really matter, because the Stalker count at this point probably just overwhelms. Rogue already just lost this fight. GG, NightMare 1, Rogue 0. That's exciting for us, because obviously we're talking about NightMare needing to win this series to stay alive in this group and to have a chance. Otherwise, NightMare Clem becomes, unfortunately, a bit of a dead matchup, believe it or not. So, yeah, kind of crazy how we've ended up there. But, yeah, NightMare going up 1 definitely gives us the more exciting potential outcome of this match to kind of keep this group alive. I mean, honestly, I'd be kind of excited for Rogue and Nikaract to advance through this group. Rogue sometimes struggles in these group stages. Certain matchups are so rough for him. He's a bit inconsistent. Advancing through this group would be awesome to see, and then Nikaract advancing would be amazing to see. Nikaract plays in so many of our tournaments, and make the playoffs of the Winter Championship would be absolutely incredible. So, alright, we will go game 2. We have no reason to hold back. We are actually good for ads for the next 30 minutes or so, so we do not need to necessarily play them for the rest of this series, depending on how long we go. Maybe we'll sneak a minute in there just to keep them up, but yeah, we can pretty much just go. We don't need to take the extended breaks to really play out or so. Let's jump in to game number 2 here, as we have Rogue down a game in the top left. He is our blue Zerg player, taking on NightMare in the bottom right. He is our red Protoss. How do I tackle differences in latency? We play fairest server, so we play basically the server that gives both players the closest ping to each other. I see the Overlord moving over. No early probe this time from NightMare. It's not going to block the hatchery. Rogue will be able to take his natural nice and cozy. No problem there at all for the moment. Overlord just takes the chance to head down the bottom right side, then we'll follow him, because there's just a gateway, a hatch cast, and a pool coming in. Not much going on initially. Yeah, we will watch Mr. Overlord make his journey. His migration to the bottom right of the map. And that is pretty much all that takes place right now. Again, we'll be live tomorrow as well. Obviously, this is not our last match today, but we'll just let you guys know we are live tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, Group B of the competition: Christiana, Creator, Yakov, Showtime, and Spirit. I actually think tomorrow could be very interesting. I actually think tomorrow could have some long games as well, actually. So tomorrow might be a little bit of the opposite impact of what today has been. Today's been a lot of kind of shorter games. Tomorrow might actually be some longer games. So let's see how that goes. A couple of queens coming up next in the Cybercore building. Get that up and running. Moving around. Getting set here for a couple seconds. Link speed coming up. Probe heading down the bottom. Voidray, Warp Gate, Adept all coming through. Voidray is kind of a fun one, obviously, from the Stargate. It's a bit more normal nowadays. Let's just have the Adept coming through. Drones coming up. Lings, Queen, Ling speed. All of that building by for a moment as the hatch comes online as well. Yeah, these few probes just gather together. A couple of Adepts going to join up on the Watchtower. Adepts will shade up, and last game was actually pretty good for Rogue early. Actually did a good job defending against a lot of the early pressure, the Adepts and the Oracles that typically do find drones against Rogue. As I said, he's one of the players who I feel like is usually a bit weaker in that stage of the game, but he did fine last time, so we'll see if he can double down on it this game. Of course, he was not able to capitalize on what was a smooth start in the last game, but like I say, we'll see if he can repeat it here. Kills the two Adepts very easily, so it's a very comfortable start from him once again in that regard at least. Ling's gonna get a probe. Adept will go after the couple of Zergling stills, just trying to find a little extra there. Things into the main base as the Stargate. Trying to boost the Oracle just for a little while. And we do have Lair, Drones, and the Queen all building up here. Nexus and the Gateway coming through too, so we'll get a lot more of that coming about. The charge building on the Twilight Council will be our next stop in terms of the tech. So charge coming through. We're just going to be having our Nexus settling down on this third base here as the Voidray of NightMare begins to make a move to the upper left side of the map. Gauge on the Forge coming up. Charge is going to be about halfway done. Another gateway or two going to come down already. Take it 3. So a lot of gateways. Very heavy gateway commitment from NightMare at first here. The Oracle zips across, zaps down that Zergling. So this Voidray still moving about as well. Charging the +1 coming up. The gate's coming through. Void going to activate onto the Overlord here. Popping the prismatic alignment guarantees you the KO, so the Overlord goes down already. Yeah, Hydra Den, a few more drones, the Overlord continue to come up. A couple of extractors will be coming straight into play, getting those finished as well. There's a few Zerglings still trickle across the map to try and put a bit more pressure on as well. Just going to see the Voidray now taking some damage. So Void taking some shots. Overseer. The Muscular Augments continuing to come through. 5 Hydras currently in production. Queen's just chase over, push the Voidray back there for a couple moments, and can chase that away. But now, has our +1 missiles and the Hydras come through, a couple of the Lings still coming up, the Overlords. That building into place still here, as just take a few more moments to see what comes next. Roach speed, +1 missiles, the Muscular Augment still coming online. The Queens are going to take a chance to get in after the Voidray there, and the Voidray will take some damage. Pushed away to the side. The Zealots now coming across as well. Just going to run straight into this mineral line, and there's some Hydras here, so we're going to jump on some of these Hydras at first. Drones are going to pull back. If we can keep the Hydras alive long enough, be good. I like the whole position on the drones. Obviously, kind of creates a blockade while not threatening the drones kind of in a bad position or anything. So that's good news as the Queens and the Hydra there going to deal with the Voidray as well. Just going to push that back the other side, and so far finding a continued defense. Another Infestation Pit coming up as well. So Infestation Pit, a few more Hydras, +1 missiles and Roach speed. It's just a defense from Rogue. And someone that goes charge first and tries to attack and doesn't do that much damage. I mean, Rogue's going to be in now a stellar position for this game number 2. It already puts Rogue into a way better spot than what it maybe initially seemed like it might be. So puts him into a good position. We'll see how that continues. Roach Hydra still just gathering up, +2 missiles and the Blink. Building as we speak as well, so we get that on the go. Obviously, just take a chance just to fly around for some info. We're going to see the Archons and Sentries and then just get shot down. And it's a bunch more Zealots warping in again. Rogue going to try and get to Lurker Den. If he gets to Lurker here, there's not a lot of anti-Lurker in play. even if he doesn't have Lurker upgrade straight away, even just unupgraded Lurkers are likely going to be good against this for a little while, so kind of heading in that direction currently, with the +2 and the Storm both building, but not done yet. I mean, at least we do have Storm on the way. That's definitely the tech choice that we need to see here from NightMare to give him a bit of a better chance and opportunity as this game deepens. Yeah, Blink is, as you can still see, very much so coming around. +2 attack coming up. Army down at the bottom, moving about. A few more Zealots warp in. 5 Lurkers currently in production. +2 missiles coming up from Rogue as well. The Void Ray going to be kept away for a few moments. Void Ray's going to activate. He's going to get straight onto this Overlord. It's going to go down already. Now a lot of Ling Roach coming over that right-hand side. Needs to be careful, doesn't want to be caught out of position here. That goes true for Rogue and for NightMare, really. NightMare taking the Watchtower, sees a bit of what the movement is looking like. The Lings will hit this fourth, but the Lings on their own will struggle to do enough, especially as the warping can come in so quickly. It's going to make this a pretty easy and clean shutdown. Seismic Spine still very much so on its way through currently, so again, that Lurker upgrade setup is coming in, and it's going to come in well before NightMare gets any sort of aggression going, so we might actually just see Rogue being the one to kind of initiate the next fight, and it would be with Lurker range and just Lurker upgrades in general. Adrenal Glands coming through. Again, Rogue with that early defense puts himself in a good position, and so far is kind of keeping himself there. I like the direction the game is heading in, at least. So we'll see what happens next few moments still, as we continue to settle into this one. Couple of Immortals, a Fleet Beacon on the way down. We are going to see Zelda Archon Sentry pushing in on the bottom left. A couple of Lurkers burrowed up there, and they will help to make the defense and the hold on the high ground. LBC is still taking a few shots of damage. Sorry, excuse me guys, had to stop to sneeze for a second as there you go, Burrow +2 coming about as well here. Just going to see the Lings getting a little catch, kind of in a bit of trouble as well. Nothing too crazy just yet. The Lurkers are still in position though, and now the army on the left side is going to get kind of blasted a little bit as well. Sorry, lost focus there a little bit while sneezing, and I feel like we missed a bit of the start of this fight. But I mean, this honestly is just a Protoss army that does not really have enough setup to really deal with the Zerg properly. Still going to see a few Lurkers here as the High Templars trying to step through, man. The Lurkers are just swinging, though. They are doing so much damage. They're getting so much done at the end of this. I think that's going to be plenty to see us through on this one, as we are going to see the couple of Mortals are still firing for a little bit as well. A little bit more being done there. We're just going to see this Nexus going down. Vision of issue 2. This one is absolutely feeling like it's on the way to being kind of a little bit done, unfortunately, for NightMare, which, so unfortunately, still with a chance to win this series, but losing a map can't be good for him if he goes to tiebreakers, and like I say, he has to win this series still to stay alive in the tournament full stop, so yeah, he is in a must-win position, and now he's going to have to go to a Game 3, it seems, because Rogue's position is very good, has a lot of units. We have some Storms available. This is not a crazy amount of Storms either. This is not like a game where it's like Storm, 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 like there's 3 Storms at most. I don't even think there's 3, because I think some of these High Templar are just low energy still. I think there's 1 more remaining. In fact, there's not 1 remaining right now, unless we have an energy recharge. In a couple of seconds, there will be 1, and that will be the only Storm we currently have, so it's just looking kind of grim as the Oracle goes down. Drops the Revelation, at least a bit of detection to help us to try and fight this. There's almost no chance, I want to say. Especially, like if there's more Storms, then maybe. But with the amount of Storm that we had, there's just no way. The Hydras are going to do too much damage. They're never going to get cleaned up quickly enough. The Lurkers backing it up are going to do a great job as well. That's going to simply make this a Game 3 situation for Rogue and NightMare. We're going to go the distance. I haven't gone the distance much today. It's been a, it was what, Nicoract versus Clem was the only 2-to-1 we've had? So yeah, we're going to go the distance on this one, which is kind of exciting. It means we're going to go to Old Republic for map 3. We'll get this started off in just a second. Get this ready to go. Just invite myself to the lobby instead of someone else. Oops. Alright, we'll see what NightMare tries to do this, like I say, stay alive in the competition. Lose this and you are out. Clem, by the way, is guaranteed to advance in first or second place right now. I think he's guaranteed first place already. So, yeah, Clem guaranteed first in this group. He will play NightMare in the last series. But, that might just be a must-win for NightMare. Find out as we go into Game 3. Let's get this going. Let's get this moving. Let's get this party started. My voice gave out there. I'm like, started! My bad, guys. My bad, guys. Voice is not holding on. Alright, let's jump into Game 3. Deciding map here. Rogue and NightMare. Who will take it? Who will advance? I mean, again, a win for Rogue guarantees him through the group. A win for NightMare could still mean potentially Rogue elimination. So, like I say, we'll talk about that based on when this result comes in. We'll see exactly what the situation is. Bottom left will be our blue Zerg player here, as we just set up for a couple moments. It's Rogue. NightMare in the top right is our red Protoss. Let's see what he wants to do initially. See if we're going to be sending the probe across the map or not this time. As he sets to build the gateway at first. We can go from there. Just coming up, a couple drones in the way. Probe did not go across the map, so we're left with a hatchery building, gateway building, gas pool from Rogue, no surprises, and guess Cyber will come up soon enough. Yes, the Overlord coming across. We watched the Overlord last game, so I feel like we can't just watch an Overlord fly across the map again, so we'll take a couple seconds. Take a couple seconds to chill this out and just wait for a little more to come through, but for now, it's just going to be a Cyber Core to continue the wall off on the low ground to get set up on that position. So Cyber Core comes in, probe begins to make a move, heading across initially here to that bottom left-hand side. So probe to the bottom left, just for a moment or so. This Overlord is going to step through as well, coming across at the moment. Watch the probe scout as it gets into the base. A couple queens and lings on the way, but you'll get a full scout and just double check that there is gas being taken, for example, right? Get a bit of a read on just some of the timings and so. He sees actually work has already pulled out of gas as well, so you know it's not going to be a lot of gas continuing up from this, so you get some info. There's a couple lings will pop out, and that's exactly what the probe tries to avoid. So the scout timing is good to get in, get some info, get out. So that part of this was a success story for NightMare. He will still stick around a little bit longer. Obviously knows link speed's not going to be ready for a little while because he saw the gas timing, so he can kind of stay on the map for a little bit with this probe without it being in too much trouble. Probe can easily come over. You can see the link speed coming through. And link speed coming up. Robo facility in the Dark Shrine coming in. Going to be seeing the bit of a different setup here from NightMare with that Dark Shrine initially. Prism coming up. I see the Stalker hitting the rocks. Looking at this for a moment or two. And Ling is going to take a chance to go across the other side. Dark Shrine coming about. Just going to take a couple moments. Like I say, get the DTs up. There is a sport building. A little pause comes in between the players. Nothing too major. Gets sorted quickly. Obviously, we're watching the replays. We don't have to deal with it, so no problem there. And so just have a couple Lings gonna get through, and they're just gonna go straight onto this Stalker. So a few Lings across the map running over the other side. We need to be able to defend against the DTs, though, so that's definitely the kind of big question on our minds right now. These DTs are going to walk up to a third base that's unprotected. Spore not ready. The Queen's already taking damage as well. What the DT's going to do? I'm just going to keep chasing the Queens for now. The Lings across the map have done kind of minimal amounts of damage. DTs come back over here. The Spore from the other base is relocating, but they're going to kill this Spore easily. They might get this Spore easily as well. There's going to be nothing to block them. There's no units here to damage these DTs anyway, so the Spore just goes down. Is Rogue in trouble? I mean, yes, he's in trouble. Is he just dead is maybe the better question, and the answer is there before I even really finish saying my sentence. Yes, he is just dead. He GG's out of here, and NightMare is going to find himself with a 2-1 victory with the DTs just ending the game. Rogue just sent his Lings across the map. They did nothing, and then if he just has the Lings back at home, he's fine because he can at least block the Spore a bit and actually, like, he might still take damage, but he will probably survive through when the game goes on. Man, Rogue really, I feel like Rogue really struggles in this matchup, man. I feel like Rogue really struggles in this matchup. So often I feel like I see him just kind of completely kind of just back up, like just falling apart when it comes to a game like this. Kind of crazy to see. Alright, GG's, guys. Well, we are going to go into what will be one last series for us today, which is going to be Clem versus NightMare. I'm going to take actually a quick 2-minute break here, guys, while we get this hosted up and we get some ads playing, so I'll be back with you guys in just a moment for our last series. What does this mean in terms of the group before I go? So it should mean that NightMare... I think NightMare still actually has to just win against Clem, because even taking a map, he would still not be good enough because of... I think NightMare just has to win. So Rogue, Nikaract, and NightMare are all +1 map score right now. But if NightMare loses, he will go 2-2 and then not be on +1 anymore. So he must win the series. If he loses the series, even taking a map, it doesn't matter, because he will be down on map score to Rogue and Nikaract. And map score is the first determining factor, and Rogue and Nikaract just have that +1. Whew, so NightMare must beat Clem to advance to the playoffs, otherwise it's Rogue and Nikaract. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes after this break for one final series today. We welcome you back to WardiTV Winter Championship Group A, the final series. So, Clem is guaranteed first. Well, actually no. Clem could end up second. I didn't realize. So NightMare 2-0 and Clem would actually put Clem in second place. So Clem needs a map to be first. NightMare needs to win the series to advance. Kind of crazy. If you 2-0 as NightMare, you get first place. If you 2-1 as NightMare, you get second. If you go 1-2 or worse, you're just out. It's become a close group, and the tiebreaker factors are coming into play as well. I think the big difference is obviously that obviously Nikaract 2-0 NightMare within the three-way tie of those guys is a big deal. And then obviously Nikaract also at the same time is getting 2-0 within the tiebreaker, got a map off Clem, whereas it didn't quite go like that for NightMare, and for Rogue it went a bit differently too, so lots of little things to look at in that regard. As we get this game number 1 set up, NightMare, Clem, BO3 underway. Let's see what happens as we do have the SCV coming across the map to begin with to see what's up. Engineering Bay is what is up. And the probes, of course, will fight against that, try and nibble it down. And the Nexus just starts up over here. So we get the Nexus started out, get that underway. Again, Reaper coming through with the orbital command and a CC building from Clem. Not so super wild just yet here in this opening game, which is White Rabbit. And we'll send the Reaper around the bottom of the map for a few moments. That Warp Gate Battery all coming in. Just going to see the Nexus coming through. Bunker coming up. Factory and the refinery coming online. And yeah, Warp Gate still building. Stalker on the way. And this setup for the moment as the Adept is going to take a shade down to the bottom left-hand side. Marines and the Reaper just going to go after that Adept, so Adept taking some damage. Again, CC coming up, SCV on the way. Hellion coming through, Starport still building for a couple of moments. And that is going to be just our setup at first. We'll see what Clem can get done here on White Rabbit. For this opening game, TVP for him. Smooth day for Clem, who obviously is one of our favorites to maybe go the distance in the Winter Championship. Talked about that a bit earlier on. And, yeah, see if he can secure the first place of this group for the better seeding. Although, well, yeah, I mean, it's still better seeding, right? Because you got first place, you're going to play a second place finisher of one of these groups, which is obviously better than having to play a first place finisher of one of these groups when that could be like a hero first round or so. That could make your life a whole lot more difficult in the entirety of this bracket, right? So, definitely makes sense to be a little bit careful in that regard. Let's just see the few gates coming up. Link on the way through. Robo facility building as well currently. Now they're going to go for the 4-gate blink. It's funny because Clem's actually 4-gate blinked a lot today as well. And a lot of 4-gate blinking going on so far. Medevac has the 2 Widow Mines inside, heading to the top. Raven on the way. Siege Tank and a couple of Marines coming up. Barracks and the gas coming through the prison building. The Medevac going to try for the mineral line and actually boosting through those Stalkers will get the unload. Stalkers blink, but that means they can't blink away. Oh. Oh. I mean, 8 probes was very good already. The Stalker going down after was chef's kiss. And now the Hellion gets 3 more probes too. That is a disastrous start for NightMare. When you're in a must-win series, that is not how you want to start. Yeah, that's kind of just terrifying. That's just terrible. Yeah, cool. Good talking, guys. Good chat. So leave the game angle. Yeah, I think if you're not playing a tournament with potentially tournament life on the line, it might be. I mean, you stay in this, you see if your Stalker can attack and do anything first, right, is going to be the very notable kind of thing. You know, maybe you deny stim, maybe you get some SCVs in doing so, or you know what to do, maybe you give yourself a chance. Obviously, it's a small chance, but in tournaments, you play for those scenarios. Raven coming about. Just going to see the auto turret coming down. The Raven and the Marines together. Going to try and get in after the Prism. I'm just chilling down at the bottom. Hanging about for a few moments. Just going to see the bio setting up there. Stim Combat Shield. And the +1 all still coming through. Bringing a lot of the extra bits and pieces on that along as well. For the moment. Again, charge thermal lens building from the moment as well. We get that roll in here, bringing that about. Stem combat +1 coming through too. So obviously Clem. I would imagine when Clem gets to the upgrades here, it's going to become a very simple kind of series of just like I'm going to push and you should probably die from this much damage being taken early. Lance, Colossus coming up, +1 in the Medivacs, the barracks coming through. Tank coming to Bam, Marine Marauder Medivac coming over. Going to be seeing the bio coming about then, so we are just going to be seeing a little bit of a push moving up at the moment, getting into position, taking a step over to that far right-hand side. If NightMare going to get a bit of a jump on Clem. Tank's not siege. I mean, hey, if there's a fight you're going to win as NightMare, this might be it. Clem maybe has a bit too much. He stims forward. I actually think I would have liked if he kept stimming forward and just got onto the Colossus. Because now it feels as though the Colossus live and actually got to deal a lot more damage when you put your army in danger anyway. Okay, good you clean up. And Marauders at the end are good. But then the Zealot's a bit of an issue. I mean, I guess it's hard to be really too in trouble here after the start that you've had, so... The siege tank is going to end up in some trouble. It's going to take some shots, but yeah, the real talk here is that this is still a very comfortable position for Clem. I mean, maybe it's nice for NightMare to reset the armies a little bit, because maybe Clem doesn't grow to be completely overwhelming. And now the worker count's a bit closer together than what it was. Maybe there's a chance you stay within reach of the game rather than just being completely out of reach. So, yeah, I'm trying to make up reasons why we shouldn't be hopeless, but. Still do kind of feel like it's a pretty solid position for Clem at the end of the day. It's hard to kind of really deny that. Because, well, we're not blind. We can see where this game is at right now. So, yeah, we can see where this game is at. So, yeah. NightMare will come across the map again. I mean, he's going to try and make another attempt. I mean, I like NightMare being aggressive. He's not really set up for a long game. He's got no attack upgrade or forge. Right, like he's just looking to be aggressive and maybe catch Clem being a little bit too kind of forward-facing in terms of the future, rather than the right here and the now. You know, engineering ban and armory, right? Not going to help Clem right now. Maybe gives NightMare a little bit of an opportunity. If NightMare still had the 3 Colossus right here in this fight, I'd be kind of a believer that there's at least a chance, you know? 3 Colossus laser beaming away, no Vikings to get rid of them. Does sound scary. Wouldn't mind onto the few Zealots here as we are going to see NightMare committing through. Clem has the 1-1 to 0-0 in this fight. The Colossus is hitting a building bunker. That's not going to save you as your Zealots melt away to the bio army at first, so that's really not going to help you at all. Now a few more Zealots coming in. The Nexus still coming up. Another few zealots coming up again. Marine Marauder Viking building. Ghost Academy. 2-2 upgrades coming. The Stalkers will try and take a blink on top of some of this bio army as well. Clem loads up one medevac Marines. And honestly, I think through and through he's been pretty convincing in this game. I just don't think that's changing at any point soon. Yeah, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Extra starport from Clem. I mean, maybe, like I said, one of the things was scary. He didn't have a lot of Vikings before, but he's rectifying that now, and the Colossus count was not immediately scary from NightMare anyways, so probably looks kind of okay here. You just look at NightMare's army, it just doesn't look as though it's going to be... I don't want to say it's not going to be impactful, but it doesn't look like it's going to change the course of this game right now, I guess, is what I'm really thinking. Ship weapons on the way from Clem. I'm still kind of just staring at this, like, thinking about maybe what NightMare can do, but he's getting to 5 bases. But Clem, I mean, it depends. Does Clem want to push now, or is Clem going to sit back and play super passively? Because Clem could definitely push now, and I think he'd be absolutely fine to do so. Especially he's going to have a little time window where he's 2-2 to 1-1. Even without that, he'd be 2-2 to 2-1-1, right? Sorry, he has a little time window where he'll be 2-2 to 0-0. And then 1-1 will finish, so he'll still be ahead in a whole set of upgrades, right? It really is hard to be upset with Clem's position, whichever way he plays it, because playing late is just so powerful in TVP as well, and he's in such a good position to just go late from the very get-go here. Fusion Core finished, he got the medevac upgrade first, that's hilarious. So he's just going to keep the medevacs available to heal. Maybe that means he is going to fight and keep on fighting, so he knows he wants the ability to, you know, always be trading, essentially, and always be healed up. Vikings, Bio, Ghost, stepping forwards. Colossus going to get jumped on, EMP is just going to get jumping on this. Full set of upgrades ahead here as Clem. This is basically a case of can the Colossus do enough without the Bio killing everything else, and the answer is no. I mean, this looks... You might be like, holy crap, this is so one-sided. Of course it is. Clem had an amazing lead, and the game is kind of meant to look like that from so much damage taken early. When you're playing someone world-class like Clem, hard to really bring the excitement in a game like this one. A situation like this one, I should say. Alright, we're going to go to Tourmaline for map 2. Where are we at on the ads? I think let's run the ads now, and we'll probably be good just in case we get a game 3. Should be good there as well, so we'll just do that. We'll just give it a minute or so, guys, before we hop in game. So what could be our last game of the day. Could be our last game of the day. Nice. It's a very fast day for 10 best of 3s, man. Very fast day for 10 best of 3s. Do 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 do. Alrighty, guys. We are good, I think. Let's kick this off. Thank you for a little bit of patience with the ads. Appreciate you guys watching and supporting. The ads go a long way to us being able to afford some of the extra prize money we put into these events, so thank you for hanging out with us while they happen. Let's go into Clem NightMare Game 2. Formally. NightMare in a must-win series. Lose this game and you're out of the championship. Came through the last chance qualifier just yesterday. Can he get himself a last chance here today? He needs to win this map to get himself to a Game 3. As in the top right. Red Terran player looking to just lock up a 4-0 on the day. Clem. Red Terran in the top right. Let's see how this goes. Alrighty guys, so just gonna be seeing the probe nibbling at the SCV for a second. As we start off here, let's see where we go. Probe gonna pull it back around. It's double gateway on the map from NightMare already, so he's gonna be very aggressive here early, put some damage out. SCV chases, probe is going to come about. It's going to be seeing the Reaper in the factory coming through. There's a couple zealots will come up as well. Cybercore coming in. Reaper is going to chase for a probe for a second or two. Two Stalkers building off this forward position. It's not looking good as the Reaper runs by. Clem is blind. He's got no idea this aggression is coming his way, so he is in trouble. Because you're not blindly reacting to this, he's putting the CC on the low ground. That's not going to help you either, and even defending the high ground at this point may be difficult with the current setup of this. Stalker with two zealots coming through. As if he begins to build the bunker immediately, we're going to lose some workers here, almost no doubt. Zealots and the Stalkers together, just going to push through. The SCV's taking damage. Three workers going down initially. Just going to be seeing the few Marines trying to fight back. Reaper going to hop back up to the high ground to try and help. Stalker is just going to go down. It's going to be a nice catch. Reaper now going down as well. SCV's on a mass wraparound on this depot. 4 workers dead though, so I'd say NightMare's not too upset with how much he's been able to get done so far. Obviously that CC on the low ground is still in danger. He's going to cancel it now, Clem, so that's just going to drop. And NightMare begins to expand himself. Clem will re-expand to the high ground, but definitely feels like NightMare comes out of this in a pretty solid position early. The lack of a scout early from Clem, putting him into a very dangerous position right now. Cyclone coming through. It's going to get that on the way. Just going to see a depth trying to shade up to the high ground here. Is going to try and set off the Widowmine with the Zealot. That works. Alien can go down here. Widowmine might die as well. We do get the re-raise on the bunker. Sorry, on the depot. The bunker will hold strong at least for the moment. So for now, we're going to continue through. See where we continue. We're trying to come back around. Again, the Hellion coming back down there. Another SCV will fall. Picked off immediately. 2 probes, 2 gates, Twilight Council, all building through at the moment. A couple of those units returning back just for a couple seconds here. Come back over to that side. CC now going to lift off and float down to the natural expansion. I'm going to try and take the low ground. How's the Cyclone trying to help him do so? We'll see if that's a success story or not. A couple of units will try and step forward, taking some damage. Zealot getting picked away quickly. Really needs the Cyclone to stay alive. Takes a big volley there, but doesn't go down just yet. Cyclone, stay locked on, does get a Stalker. Like I said, Clem trying to make the absolute most out of these units, and for now at least, making a pretty good case of it. Start trying building up 2 gates on the way. Kind of like the DT follow-up, to be honest. I've seen enough game, I think DTs could be effective. I think I like Charge more, though, because I think Charge might just kill Clem if he's actually going to try and step on the map here. Depends if he denies these gates. He doesn't know where they are still. He's looking for them, he's got no idea. Not ideal. That's definitely not ideal. Is that game? That might be NightMare taking this game because these tanks are not going to get away. Marine's in trouble. NightMare gonna keep himself alive another game. I had no idea where this gateway were, which is kind of funny, but if he had any intention of moving out on the map at all, I think he was going to be in trouble. He maybe didn't need to be where he was, to be fair. Maybe didn't need to be where he was. Alright, jump into a final game then, guys. One more map. NightMare needs to win this map, and he can still advance to the playoffs. Big game. Big game for NightMare. Big game for Nikaract and Rogue. Rogue has the head-to-head over Nikaract, so Nikaract is the guy that gets eliminated if NightMare wins this game. So that's what we're, that's the danger we're playing with here for Nikaract, unfortunately. Click watch, and we count down into game number 3. Clem and NightMare gonna go the full distance. Can Clem win and get 4-0 and get his Terran buddy Nicoract into the playoffs, or will it be NightMare to pull the upset? Like I say, take second place this group and advance alongside Clem and Rogue. Bottom right, NightMare will be that Blue Pros player looking for the upset here. Getting dangerous with the forward gates in that last game. Can he find something spicy that Clem also fails to scout? Or will he not find something similar as Clem in the top left as our red Terran? See what he can do. See what he can do. Game 3, here on Winter Madness. Okay, we're coming about. It's going to be seeing the racks and the gas coming online. And that's set up initially. Getting the assembler coming through. A little bit of build up for the moment. Probe taking a couple moments to step around as well. And yeah, gateway, racks, SCV. A couple little bits and pieces just on the way through then. Nothing super crazy just yet. As that probe sets back down. And come over here, throw down the cybernetics core. Put that in position already. Away we will continue. The Zealot going to continue up as well. And Nexus and Command Center both going down. So both players are going to expand in this Game 3. Deciding map will be an honest macro game. For the moment at least. Obviously still time for that to change. But will be 2 bases. For each player would be the guess. Adept, Nexus, both on the way through. Coming about with this right now. Marine and the Cyclone continuing to come about. And Robo still halfway done. Just gonna see the Adept moving about. A couple of Marines on the high ground. Cyclone is halfway done as well. Again, Robo coming about. The gateway building through. Warp gate. Storm coming about. The Adept is going to get blocked for a moment or two as well. Not going to get in there. Yeah, Starport and the reactor still building about. Cyclone will take a step onto the map here initially. They do have extra barracks coming from Clem. Cyclone just on its own, journeying, wandering, hunting. And Prism will finish shortly. Warp gate about to be done. So it's a Robo first opening. Gives NightMare some aggressive opportunities with that Prism. Twilight will be the follow-up to the Robo, which is obviously not surprising. Start getting some Twilight upgrades. Upgrade that Gateway Force, which you can be kind of building into naturally with the Robo setup anyway. And we go from there. Prism, I'm going to take the load up, is going to move forward. Raven and the Marines coming about, bunker on the way. Again, charging the Immortal coming over, and there's a couple of the mines in that medevac, as we do see the Prism is going to make its way in. A couple of Adepts unloading. Now the Widow Mine drop comes in, one probe, two probes going to go down initially, well, split from. Let's see what these Adepts and Stalkers can get up to now as the Cyclone. It's a lock on for a moment onto the Prism. Cyclone stays locked on. The Prism's not getting away. It does get away. Lost vision in the end. Now we're actually going to lose the Cyclone as well as he gets pushed forward by the Marines. I mean, these units are obviously stranded. Yeah, smart to target down the Stalker. That's the more valuable unit. And charge now on the way up from NightMare. Interesting little state of the game. I mean, at least the Prism is still alive. The Widow Mine's still able to go again here into the bottom right-hand side. It's going to head toward the main base. So they are going to try for a little extra too. And in they go, burrowing up. Bam. And not a second BAM, though. Just the one explosion for the moment. The other mine will not go off. Clem is going to split it, unburrow it, reburrow it. Try and waste as much mining time as possible here with the other probes. Reburrows again. This time you should let it go off, and especially on the probe, because obviously a Stalk could... well, I guess no Stalk could blink, but yeah. Just get a probe, because I don't think anything else is going to be left in range. He could have maybe retargeted, because Stalkers don't have blink, then he could have retargeted on the Stalker, but... maybe one of those things you just didn't quite think about in... excuse me, in the split-second moments of it happening. Well, charge sentry, gates in the next coming up, Prism can chill out overhead, heading back towards the main base here. Medevac has a Widow Mine inside. You have the stim combat and the +1, all of that just chunking through. Those upgrades continuing by. Marine's gonna go for the Observer here and gonna be able to chase that a little bit. Widow Mine comes back in, stays alive for a second attempt, and good retarget on the edge of its range, and he does force NightMare into the mistake. 5 probes going down from NightMare there. I could say definitely a mistake, definitely not how that was intended to go. As the Prism of NightMare begins to move across the map, I'm going to try and make something happen as we go to the other side. Well, NightMare in a must-win game is not having quite the game he wants, and he's about to get aggressive into stim combat and +1, so... I'm not sure that's going to go well for him. He's not doing any sort of setup for the... well, he's building probes. If you look at the production tab, it's just barren, you know? There's nothing here which is screaming, hey, this is going to be the future of this game. Order turrets coming down 2 at once. Going to get a couple of probes. Clem was moving out. Now he sees the army, so he's going to pull back. Tank now siege. A bunch of units maybe out of position a little bit. Yes, so much. There's going to be a Prism into the main base as well. Those Clem is going to have to split to deal with this on 2 different fronts. Let's see how well he can handle this split of army. It's only going to be the Raven across the map from him at the same time. Tank goes down. Widow Mine splashes onto the Marines. Not a bad starting point for NightMare. Main base orbital nearly went down. Over Clem jumps on everything as those units did not continue to retreat, so they do go down. Big losses going to be felt there for NightMare as Clem comes back over this left-hand side, looking to knock NightMare out of the competition, looking to let Rogue and Nikaract advance through this group with him as the Widow Mines will blow up on the Zealots. The Prism goes down. These last few units are absolutely doomed. The main base orbital will relocate. And Clem is going to be up 40 army supply. Like I said, NightMare had no future-proofing in this game. And this one is going to come to a pretty ferocious end. Kind of ended pretty quickly in the end, with Clem going 2-1 over NightMare. To round out what was, like I say, one of the faster days you'll see on the Winter Championship group stages. 4.5 hours to get through 10 best-of-3s is absolutely on the quicker end of things, so... not a bad way, though. I mean, some days it's like that. And that does guarantee our final standings in the group. NightMare went 5-5 in his map, so he lost one extra map along the way. I think it's just the 2-0 within the tiebreaks they didn't bring back. Because everyone 2-0'd MaNa, and then obviously NightMare got 2-0'd by Nikaract, dropped a map to Rogue within the tiebreaker as well. I think that's the issue, dropping the extra map to Rogue and getting 2-0'd. Because Rogue, obviously, within the tiebreaker, Rogue didn't get a map off Clem, but Rogue did take a map off NightMare when he lost 2-0'd Nicoract within the tiebreaker too. So yeah, it's crazy how the tiebreakers work sometimes. They just come out to be so damning. But man, what a result! In a world where we talk about so many Protoss players, we're gonna have a final result in Group A. That means no Protoss advance into the playoffs. So Group A is safe from Protoss advancing. Clem, well, okay, Clem kind of advances apparently. He's got a Protoss sign. What? We're putting a Protoss sign on Clem just because he started the day on a PVT and... Yeah, okay. One Protoss kind of advances to the playoffs from this Group A. Unbelievable. But yeah, obviously Clem, Rogue, and Nikaract to the playoffs. Nikaract is going to finish third. That means he plays one of Classic Beyond, Max Packs, and Cure. That's instantly a matchup he's going to be unfavored in. But hey, never know what that lower bracket's going to look like, and just being in the playoffs in general is darn impressive. I'm super impressed by Nikaract getting himself here, to be honest. I'm very happy for him to make this run and to get to where he is right now, and yeah, that's freaking awesome, man. That is freaking awesome, so love to see that. And congrats to Nikaract. I want to say this is like the first time he's made it out of a group stage in a championship event for WardiTV. That might not be true, though. There's definitely, yeah, he's definitely like usually a group stage kind of player, so making playoffs is awesome, especially over NightMare and MaNa. They are stiff competition, but it was competition in the matchup that I actually think Nikaract is very dangerous in, like we said at the start of the day, and he definitely delivered on that. Amazing. Alright, guys, well, as I say, Group B comes up tomorrow. Christiana, Creator, Yakov, Showtime, and Spirit is quite the combination of players as well. I actually think that's also a very fun group. So that'll be taking place tomorrow from the same starting time as today, 19.5 hours from now. So if you're excited about that, then be back tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. I appreciate you all for watching. If you guys enjoyed today... pressing the stop button instead of what I was meant to press. If you guys enjoyed today, do consider supporting the tournaments on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Again, 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools, just like this one, to help keep supporting the WardiTV 2026 series and beyond. So do check that out again at patreon.com/WardiTV. If you have not already checked out the YouTube, you can subscribe over there as well, youtube.com/WardiTV, and help us out with that. We are approaching 50,000 YouTube subs, which is very exciting. Instead of map difference, let players on the same points face off in a best of 3. I mean, that defeats the point of the tiebreak, no? They already played in a best of 3. That's why they ended up tied, because they all won against the others. I mean, this is... I mean, I like the map score thing, because personally, I look at the map score thing, I'm like, to me, you know, everyone plays everyone. Everyone gets the same chances to kind of get the same amount of points, right? So, like, 2-2 is 2-2, but 5-4 is better than 5-5 at the end of the day. Zergburger, thank you so much for the 10 months on the YouTube membership. See you tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow too. Did they just add messages to the YouTube membership? 3 subs or so? Like, was this a thing before? I really feel like it wasn't, but maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just crazy. Alright guys, I'm going to run some ads on the outro. It supports the stream, so stick around a couple extra minutes if you can. It will help us a bunch. And otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more WardiTV Winter Championship. Appreciate you all. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.